Welcome, welcome, guys, and the warmest of welcomes, the hottest of welcomes. Here we are in North Cyprus, Crinny, North Cyprus, for the Retro Series. What can I say by way of introduction to this series, Dara? May I say the sun is shining, the weather is sweet. It makes you want to move with those dancing feet.
Well, to the rescue, here I am, David.
To the rescue, indeed you are, Dara. Resplendent in your Bob Marley shirt, I must say, a patchwork tribute shirt.
Yeah, yeah. This is my new image now. I'm the guy who wears ridiculous shirts. You're the guy who wears shirts that match your skin tone now.
That's right. I'm horribly burnt, as maybe apparent from my brow. But anyway, not too much. Anyway, you guys don't want to hear us talk about our wardrobes, resplendent as they may be. You are here to watch some fascinating poker, and that's what I can't wait to bring you. We are going to be covering tomorrow, day 3 of the warm-up event, the $2,200 warm-up event. I have news. It got 809 players, Dara.
Phenomenal.
156 of whom have made day 3 already, I should say. 1.5 million in that prize pool and 264k for first. They haven't burst the bubble yet. They'll do that early tomorrow. That'll be the first exciting thing on the tournament schedule. But tonight, to whet the whistle, to whet the appetite, we are going to be covering a cash game. How do you feel about that, Dara?
Mixed feelings. I think it's only fair to put out the disclaimer here that we're probably not the best qualified people to commentate on a cash game. We are here to commentate on the tournament series, but we will do our best. Poker is poker at the end of the day, so hopefully we won't make a complete mess of it.
No, I don't think. I think we'll go. It's a bit like the start of a poker tournament, Dara, when there's no real ICM involved and we're playing chip for chip.
If you say so, David.
Well, look, we've got a little list of the players here. We've got some great names. A few I don't think we will recognize, but a few that we certainly do. Top of the charts here is a player who goes by the name Hans. Some of you will be familiar with this guy. Some of you will be familiar with this guy from the Hustler live stream, $1 Million Cash Game. As we take a look at the absolutely beautiful sights here. I think that was the sunset tonight, Dara. It was so pretty.
It looks very much like it, yeah. Yeah, I went for a run earlier today and I'm pretty sure I went along that route. It's an incredibly scenic part of the world, it has to be said.
Well, I don't mind being upstaged by a sunset such as that. As I try to name out the players we have on screen here. Hans, I mentioned there, he played a big role in that Hustler $1 million cash stream a little while ago. Albert Derer, actually centre shot, as you can see him there, drove the action in a cash game here just a few short months ago at the Carmen Series. Very hyper aggressive, likes to play wide ranges, a lot of experience. And Dara, a man you know very well, Paul Newey.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know Paul very well. I think pretty much for most of my career I've been running into Paul. He obviously plays a lot of high stakes cash games, but he also plays a lot of tournaments. He's a real poker enthusiast. It's fair to say he's independently wealthy, so he doesn't depend on poker, but he certainly loves poker and he shows up all over the world.
Yeah, we were reminiscing over dinner, aware of this lineup, and we spotted Paul in it, and we thought, oh, that's great that Paul's here. And something you said to me, Dara, is that he is a man who loves the game regardless of the stakes. In fact, we've seen him at relatively lower stakes tournaments down the years. About a decade ago in the Isle of Man, I remember a 1K tournament that he gave a go to as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think people should say pass because
I think the last time probably I played with Paul, it was in so-called high roller at UKIPT, but it was only a 1K. And Paul plays a lot higher. Obviously, he's going to play some very big pots tonight. There he is on screen right now.
Yeah, looking a little sun-kissed himself, I might say.
Yeah, it's fair to say us Northern Europeans can get a little bit burned down here sometimes if we're not careful.
Get a little bit carried away. Got a few other people to mention here as we spot them. Maybe when they get involved in the action, we will mention them. A couple of local guys here, some Turkish players. We've got one Greek player who lives in Cyprus here, Konstantinos, I apologize.
Hello to everybody joining us as well on YouTube and Facebook Live. I'll be keeping an eye on YouTube chat. We have a couple of people in there already. Mike and Back and Dabidizi.
Ivy has a joke.
I'm sure I've butchered your pronunciations.
Five
But
jams, 3 for ball.
hello to you guys.
Like some hand, and next time.
We see Mehmet there. He's a high-stakes player, no stranger to the Merit Poker Room, as so many players are from all over Europe, really, and the Middle East. They come here. It's a great
Yeah.
melting pot of poker talent.
Yeah, it's really gone from strength to strength, this
5
venue.
jams and then fold, open folds the thing.
The word is definitely out now that this is a great place to come and play poker.
Very noticeable right away, Dara. There seems to be a
what
very
is this
loose,
Musala
fun,
has
chatty
with the
atmosphere on the
every
table.
Yeah. Yeah, you generally see that at cash games more than in
Not
tournaments.
good cards, Habibi.
Me very good.
Albert's going to pay homage to the late Doyle Brunson here with the 10 deuce open.
You're very good.
Suited though,
Very good.
That's true. That's true.
and he gets it through.
Ace deuce diamond.
King 4 diamond.
Really? You fold this?
Why not?
If you fold this, Allah, you and Sinan don't play now.
Of course.
Had a straddle one time.
Slowly, slowly.
So already we have a bunch of players lying about their hands.
Exactly. I was about to say the exact same thing. Albert already lying and getting information from his opponents who are also lying.
I agree, if everybody agree.
10-8 suited in early position. He doesn't fancy
You
it.
have
That was
good
the
one.
straddle alarm there, Dara. I think we heard.
Yeah.
There's already talk of a straddle, like this game isn't big enough.
Ace
I
10
like your hand.
suited on the
Bulova.
buttons, definitely getting opened here.
America, I watch one hand, big hand.
Which of them?
Ace of
Small
spades.
blind. Paul gets out of the way with a
He
rag
lost all of
ace.
the hand.
Yeah, but I like it. I swear God, you play very well. No need, but
Jack 9 off is definitely a hand you could defend here, I feel.
Interesting for the viewer.
And he will.
yeah, exactly.
20?
Yeah, he played it perfect.
Yeah.
He just lost $500,000, but he played it perfect.
Sinan Unlu there defending his big blind, a Turkish cash game player who actually played the 250k Luxon Triton Invitational here last year there.
Is that the biggest
Yeah,
pot
so
you
plays very, very high in tournaments as well. He's flop middle
If you
pair
fold
here.
that hand or you fold
Um,
the set, it could have
Won't be
been
too
very
worried
good.
about the king.
That would have been the biggest pot you want. Good fold.
Button's probably opening maybe down to king 7, something like that, but he'll be opening a lot more aces, so the king is a lot less scary
Where
as
are
the
you,
overcard
Albert?
than the
We
ace.
miss you.
So how does he want to proceed
You
now?
go to
He's got some backdoors as well. He's got
This
backdoor,
is no.
Why?
well, just a backdoor straight
A
draw.
lot of work.
A lot of work. Yeah.
That doesn't help. But it's
You
an
big
undercard,
businessman.
so
Not
he's going to
business,
feel better. His
about
second pair is
my
still a
self.
second pair.
Not about.
Yeah, it'll be
big
interesting to
money.
see now if Konstantinos
life.
decides
You're
to
working on yourself.
double barrel this, maybe target the 4x for a fold now, or maybe consider tripling off and
You want to
getting
be less
a
rich.
pesky 9 to fold.
Yeah, I think he's a lot of better hands that have picked up
tried.
equity on the 8 that he could do that with. Now, he'll probably take his showdown if if Siran checks, because he beats all the missed gut shots with ace 10.
Yeah, and maybe some ace highs hang on the flop too, which you're ahead of with ace
Yeah,
10.
yeah.
600.
But
Little blocker here from
yeah,
Sinan.
yeah, kind of like this. We can get value from if Konstantinos had something like ace 8 to check the turn because he hit a pair. Yeah, ace 10 I think is a particularly bad combo to call with there because you're blocking the queen 10 and the jack 10, which would be two obvious bluffs.
Well, there's a tiny lull in play, Dara. I just want to again point out that enormous 1.5 million prize pool for what is a warm-up event here. It really sort of bodes well for the main event and high roller, which are to come
Yeah.
later this week.
Yeah, these merit series are just going from strength to strength. You can see the word is definitely getting out.
Yeah, the minion chip.
They run a very good series, and
had a
just
million
the
chips,
facilities are
100,000.
amazing as
How
well.
did you bust? You spewed? Bluff? Yeah? Bad beat or bluff?
I think some of the people are talking about maybe having bust.
I mean, I
So maybe
wouldn't
they're
be
talking.
surprised.
Maybe they played the warm up earlier.
Very possibly, yes. The warm-up finished round about the time these guys started, maybe half an hour before.
Right,
So
so
even
maybe
if they
that's-
got through the day, they could have
Even if
jumped
they
in
got
as
through,
well.
yeah. So maybe that's why we're starting so late.
How you lost? He had what, not?
So King Queen open under the gun is certainly on the aggressive side.
Now, Dara, as a tournament player, I would consider that one a mix. I would think about 3-betting it sometimes and maybe flatting it sometimes.
Yeah.
In this case, Sinan does go with the call.
Some bullfight.
I
Yeah.
give you credit.
Even
on
the open
you
is a
can
mix,
in the
as I understand it, under the gun. It's not a hand you should be opening 100% of the time.
I mean, he probably thought, oh, this guy bluffs a lot, I call.
Well, Salahidin has got the gut shot here.
Yeah, this is really his board as well. Like the small blind and the opener are both heavily weighted towards pairs and high cards, and he has these sort of middle cards. And now he's drilled his gut shot.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sinan has picked up a flush draw here and may well consider this a card worth representing. No, does check, so maybe going for a check call here. Or possibly a check raise in some
Yeah,
circumstances.
check raise is possible.
Salahadin only behind the Jack 9 right now, very happy to put some
Yeah.
money in this pot.
Yeah, Jack 9 is very unlikely. I guess the small blind could have Jack 9 suited. Actually, the opener could possibly have Jack 9 suited sometimes, although I think in a cash game you're not supposed to open Jack 9 suited under the gun.
And now an interesting spot here because Sinan had the opportunity to lead this one out himself, which I wouldn't have hated, I must say. And now he's getting sort of the right implied odds here, although he is out of position, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah, it's hard to get. It's hard. You're not necessarily getting value if your flush gets there, because if the flush gets there and you bet, you're kind of making it obvious what you have. And if you check, there's a danger your opponent will check a lot. He might go for a small blocker here just to make sure he gets paid something, and maybe sometimes induce a raise.
Can he just put a 9 in a really tough spot, though, with,
Yeah, it depends
largish
on what he
bet?
thinks his opponent has. If he's fairly sure his opponent has a 9, and that's what he wants to target, then he can go fairly big. But if he thinks his opponent might have bet a pair,
Or even a hand like Jack Queen, which might now want to bluff.
yeah, that's why I think the blocker bet has some merit here, because it'll sometimes induce a raise as well.
Well, he's overbet the pot here. He has
Overbet.
decided he is
going for
targeting the 9.
Yeah, he's targeting the 9 exactly. Now, I can't imagine he can just give the guy a flush and fold here, given that he has a 9. A lot of stuff misses.
Yeah, in this spot you want to kind of mentally go through the better hands, the better calls you maybe have, and I guess he can absolutely have some inferior flushes. That would make sense given his own line. They would make for reasonable calls.
Yeah, yeah, but then the board's heavily blocking your opponent having those, so it's a tough spot, but I don't think he can fold here. But he does.
Wow, great fold.
Wow, that is a great fold, yeah, absolutely.
Salahadin soul reading his opponent there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he calls if he has a club himself and he blocks the flushes. But
That makes a lot of sense.
Without a club in his hand, he is really just beating a bluff, and neither of his cards are blocking bluffs.
30 minutes.
In the YouTube chat, it's 100k pot between Paul and Dar. Yeah, we could see it.
We could see fireworks between those two guys. They will be fearlessly
Yeah.
shoveling chips into these pots with the right sorts of holdings. Hopefully we do see a big one. That's always a bit of fun, Dara.
Yeah. It's quite a few years since I played with Paul, but I have to say Paul has always impressed me as being on the tight side. Certainly not maniacal. Under the gun, pocket twos. Oof, this is definitely spicy if he raises this.
Yeah, twos in this spot, Dara. Obviously they're playing a variety of stacks here. Hassan's got 44k. There are some players who cover him, so he is playing more than 200 deep against some of these guys. Do you like twos as an open here? Feels a little on the loose side.
I don't. I'm actually, yeah, because this is a cash game and we're not really familiar with the pre-flop ranges, I am actually looking at GTO Wizard app to check the ranges. And actually even 7s and 8s aren't opened all the time, so twos is well outside the remit of normal. And the thing with the small pairs that sometimes people don't realize is they actually lose quite a lot of value as the stacks get deeper, because the danger of getting set over setted becomes more significant. With 100 big blinds, if you hit a set, like, you can just happily get it in. But with 200 big blinds set, even though you are going to have to stack off, the number of times you get set over setted is fairly disastrous for your equity.
Well, Hassan Barakat, with perhaps an ill-advised open with these ducks, does call the 3-bet, now looking to set mine and hope that his opponent has a big overpair. He gets the king 5-3 flop and probably can't really continue in this spot. It's an uncomfortable situation.
He's got 4-6 and 4-ace for a straight, but that's fairly... I mean, again, like, backdoors become more important as you get deeper, but I mean, even those hands wouldn't make the nuts, so... I think it's just the only question now is the sizing.
I think you can go pretty small in this situation, Dara.
Yeah.
Paul, you played the Triton stuff or no?
I played.
And small he does go, Dara, I think about
700K
20%.
here.
Yeah, that makes
No, I'm
perfect
saying
sense.
this
Like,
one
there's
is longer.
almost no draws here.
No.
All three is longer, no?
There's probably not too many
Yeah,
5x and
I think
3x in the
so,
range either, so if
Like
you bet
to come
big
here
here,
as,
you just
uh,
make your
Barcelona
opponent's life very simple.
I'm
They
not
can
away
just
all
fold
the
everything
time,
that isn't a
I'm
king.
not a
Yeah, interestingly,
I'm not a massive fan of the try.
he has perhaps found the sizing where the twos get a little bit sticky. They do have a little bit of backdoor stuff going
Yeah,
on
if you're
as
going
well.
to fold, if you're going to fold pairs and decent
don't you
aces
like
here,
about
you're
it?
going to be overfolding.
Well, I don't
I
like
think.
the app, 'cause that
And with the
records
backdoor,
everything
but
you
he
do.
does let it go. And again,
the
I
main
think
thing.
that kind of reinforces
Unlimited
just that it
rebuy,
wasn't a
I
great
don't like
open.
unlimited rebuys. The clock's short.
You can hear Paul talking there.
They move people around all the time at the beginning, so you're just moving table after table.
I actually remember when you get pissed off and you
Yeah,
say that
yeah.
you're not gonna
Just keep
play.
moving you like 6 times in the first half an hour,
You say you don't like the fact that
and it's very
app you can see all the hands you're saying?
because they think they'll data mine that,
Yeah.
and then every time you play any tourney, they have more information. And it's very incestuous because it's a lot of the same people.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need a lot of data because like
So, but there was.
situations are so
But
different.
I mean,
every
I watched some of it and I was like, perhaps I should be playing this. Some random players in there, you know, quite a few random players. So perhaps there is some value.
Yeah, I like them in general. I think they're well run. Yeah.
Battle of the ace-fives here. Konstantinos opening things up +2. Paul Newey 3-betting here in the hijack.
Jam chest folks.
Feel like these guys may tangle now. Both suited.
Yeah.
Now, if you are to find a light 4-bet here, Dara, the ace-5 suited here, clubs,
Bizim
could
sattakiden buzlu böyle bardakta.
present itself as a candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, the S5 suited 3-bet, even though it looks kind of on the aggressive side, is fairly standard. It's the perfect type of hand to do it with. Just make a brilliant call,
Yani tek edeceksin kentlerle sonuçta.
but it blocks a lot of the strong hands.
Well, they have clubs and spades in their hands. It's all diamonds on board. Ace-2-8.
Yani 15 dakika sonra görecek şeyi yalan söylemeyeceğim herhalde.
One feels like this will end up in probably a pretty small pot.
Yeah, the monotone nature of this board and the fact that they both have the ace and is without a great kicker doesn't give either of them a very great incentive to
Dara,
put a lot of chips in.
I've just spotted something.
Yeah.
Konstantinos. Is that John Turturro? That's John Turturro.
It does look very much like Don Turturro, yeah.
Can we get a somebody over to check the ID of Konstantinos there, or John Turturro lookalike? What character was he in the famous movie Rounders? He made Mikey drive the truck.
Was he the,
The
worm?
Worm?
The worm, I believe, yeah. Basically the net.
The net. Well, the board has actually run out all diamonds here now, so maybe an opportunity for either of these players to turn their hands into a bluff, sensing weakness from the other.
Yeah, you need to find bluffs here, obviously, and it's just very hard. But then when you have the... Yeah, it's just... What even are your bluffs here?
Oh, look at that side eye from Paul.
Yeah.
And here comes the bluff to the tune of 4,100. Very hard for Paul now.
Yeah.
And that's a mergy enough size. Like, that doesn't have to be the king of diamonds. That could be a lot of diamonds now for that size.
Yeah. And you are calling for a chop, like. So if you're thinking about calling here, you just have to decide how much is it costing me to win half the pot. That's kind of the calculation, the pot odds. And of course, there's nothing to stop you from turning your hand into a bluff either, but he probably would have bet diamonds earlier in the hand. So it's actually easier for the out of position player, I think, there to have the diamond.
You play any of those, Albert?
Ship it to John Turturro.
You played any?
Ship it to John Turturro, yeah. And I'm
Because
just
he
looking at
played
the
any
pre-flop spot. The
Friday.
pre-flop spot is actually
Yeah, I played that.
that rarest of rare situations. It's a mix between three options. When it comes back to John Turturro or Constantinos, as his real name is, he can raise, he can call, or he can fold.
Yeah. But I think I just played the stops here. I've never played any others.
Because they're planning one in Monaco.
Hope you didn't bluff
November.
me.
The structure is pretty.
Yeah.
Yes. I think it favors a lot.
Constantinos
VIP
there
is,
decides
just
not to
wanna,
get back
like,
on the horse with the
gamble.
10-9 suited from early position. Gotta say, I
Yeah.
like that decision in a loose game like this. I don't think you need to overplay those suited
Yeah,
middly
probably that.
connectors.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, they don't know.
Yeah, I think
The
that
enjoyment
most of us would
part.
open those in a tournament, but
They
those
enjoy
types of
more,
hands
maybe
actually become
because
much worse
they don't
opens in
wanna,
cash
like,
games.
Yes, but
Have
Um,
unlimited tank
10-9
cards
suited
involved
is a significantly
and,
worse hand
super
than Jack
long
10
days to
suited
play,
because
you know.
it can
but
be
the guys
it
who
can
know
flop
how to
dominated
jam, how
draws,
to call with
and of course in a cash game you don't have any ante to compete for either, so
They
less
wanna
incentive
end
to
the
open those
tournament
hands.
quickly. They want to win.
Yes, yes. They want to make it finish as soon as possible. Go next.
I mean, it's understandable.
Yeah.
I don't feel like playing 5 days, 6 tournaments anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Nobody wants to play that long anymore.
We're seeing hands in action here
I think
for the
how
first
GG
time.
does it is perfect.
Yeah, dream turn
When
card here
the-
for
the
hands.
blind goes
He
down on the
makes a
final
straight, and he's also got the king of clubs working.
Be interested to see how
On
the
this
EPT goes.
8-5, 6-4, 3 club board.
Yeah, I think-
Two pair though,
It'll be
flop for
pretty good.
Hassan.
It'll be good,
Can't see
yeah.
him going anywhere
It will be
just
one of
yet.
the biggest
No.
Tournaments are gonna be the one of the biggest because it's one of the cheapest EPT. I mean, for like accommodation for food, everything.
Oh.
People who usually travels for EPTs, they pay like, let's say you go Barcelona, arts is like 550 euros per night.
Yeah.
And then you
Some hotels around.
It's got to be the worst room in the Arts Hotel for 550, Dara.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't know, David. I've never stayed in the arts. I've always managed to find more economy options in Barcelona. But yeah, some talk there obviously about EPT Cyprus coming up, and one of the players making the point that it will actually be one of the cheapest stops in terms of accommodation and food. That would be quite an event, I think. The first EPT here.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely massive. I think they're actually going to have to build another hotel between now and October just to, you know, accommodate all the people who are going to show up. Very much a highlight of the calendar, one feels. And interesting here that Hassan has decided to raise his hand. Obviously gives Hans some cause for concern here.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws there, but maybe this is a... Not sure why he's raising his hand here, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit back to front, I must say. Hans now with a very easy value bet once checked to. He's got the second nuts. Any chance that he was behind pretty much extinguished now.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got the second nuts now, so... Well,
Bar that cheeky
bar the
little
6-7 or the...
ace
yeah.
deuce.
Well, the ace would be beating us too anyway, so...
The deuce 6 then.
Deuce 6.
There we
Good
go.
call.
We found one.
Yeah.
Looks like just a 5k chip tossed in there. Hassan sort of got his read after he raised and got called on the turn there. He sort of forced his opponent to have very strong hands, which he answered by saying, yes, I do indeed have one of those very strong hands. So he has a fairly easy fold here, I think, now.
Yeah, I think so. And like some of those, the only thing he was kind of beating at that stage was a club draw, and obviously that got there, so. Well, he's taking his time.
Yeah, his hand has shriveled up so badly here.
Well, it's shriveled up. I don't think it ever could be a call unless he's considering turning it into a bluff.
Well, indeed, that was also my consideration there, is there ever a chance that he can turn his hand into a bluff, given that he did do that funky little check raise on the turn? Can he tell a story that makes sense? I don't know. Even going for the double check raise across those two streets is a bit strange. Why wouldn't you just bet it yourself if that is his thinking here?
Yeah.
Oh wow,
well,
he has
fixing
tossed
the
it
call. That seems like that's a very disbelieving call for sure. And scooping in a big pot there.
Stickier than my back to the bed sheets this morning as my poor burnt skin tried to pry itself.
Yeah. Or stickier than this very, very cheap shirt I bought in Vegas.
We better not run with this team, Darrell. We could end up in very troubling territory.
Ooh, in a sticky spot.
Maybe bluff.
Why not? Possible.
So we got the first stand up already. Somebody needs a stretch.
See, non-professional now. Big professional.
This is the angle that it's Turturro. He doesn't look so much like Turturro pure profile, but this is the angle.
But maybe if he takes his sunglasses off, he looks nothing like him.
That's true too. That could happen.
A lot of people look like Turturro in sunglasses.
Ne içiyorsun Sinancığım?
I can't help but look alike, Dara. You know me.
Yeah. Well, I think I might be suffering from creeping face blindness, which afflicted my father in older age, so everybody's starting to look the same to me anyway.
That's not great as a poker player. You want to have those mental reads
not.
from the last time you played the guy.
No.
Well, overcards abound here on the Jack 10-4 rainbow.
They both have overs and a straight open ender in case of the king queen and a gutter in the case of the ace queen. 900 bet here, obviously not getting rid of the ace queen. He might have the best hand, as he indeed does, and even if he doesn't, he has a nut draw. Now, this could be a good card to bluff on.
Yeah, as played by Hassan, sort of feels more like 5s through 9s as the sort of range. Maybe 9s and 8s 3-bet here sometimes, but feels like maybe you have an opportunity with the king-queen to get rid of those pesky pairs and maybe also get rid of some ace-highs that have got sticky, as is the case here. That's definitely what Mehmet's giving some thought to. He does wave the white flag in the end.
And Hassan takes his showdown with his ace, beating all the, well, beating the king queen specifically, or the queen 9
Really
maybe.
need to change that picture, yeah.
Feels good to pull in even a little pot after that misstep with the 6-5 earlier. Get back in your seat, Mr. Hans.
YouTube chatter calling for the straddle already. So far, it's been quite sedated. It has to be said. Nobody's really. Some players are playing a little bit looser than GTO maybe, but nobody's really splashing around.
Yeah, and this open here from Paul, a perfect example of that. Probably just a couple of notches below what you would want, but
yeah, this is definitely on the loose side. But then Paul has been very tight so far, so.
Maybe we need 7 deuce to encourage him.
Hard board to hit here, so this is certainly a board you can fire out a bet at. Hassan has been the most active so far as well, so I think players will be more incentivized to see bet against him and just assume he's going to miss more boards than the average bear.
yeah, and I think they're going to maybe be getting fed back information once the half-hour delay is up that he is playing hands like the ace-8 there, just flatting in mid-position, flatting in the cut-off. Not a hand that makes a great flat, to be honest. It's very hard to play post-flop then, so arguably these guys will target him for more continuation bets in that case.
Aidan Quinlan in the Facebook chat, or sorry, in the YouTube chat says, "How are we, gents? Looking forward to hearing some rare chip race cash game commentary. Seat 4 finds bluffs as easy as Dara finds questionable shirts."
Huh? It's almost your daily swing, right?
Bang, bang, Dara.
Bang, bang, indeed, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm just wondering if there'll be any jamming later on.
Yeah, maybe. I think, yeah, they're playing very, very sedate at the moment, but they could definitely be jamming later on.
I see him in the morning,
Jamming.
10 a.m. He has like 200, 300
For anybody who's never been to here, typically you fly into the southern part of the island, and then the casino sends somebody down to drive you up to and it's just a little bit over an hour. I arrived 2 nights ago, and my driver was playing Bob Marley literally the whole journey.
Amazing.
So I heard jamming twice. I heard No Woman No Cry twice. I heard I shot the sheriff twice.
You did what to the sheriff?
I shot the sheriff.
You shot him.
Divided by 4. Huh? It's like 1,500 big.
You play 1K, 1K, right?
We're flying blind with Paul here, although he looks his hand pretty quick, so probably his hand would have been far too good to have a piece of a board like that, one assumes.
And the bet gets the job done there with the 5 deuce.
I think you should make it no limit for you. If it's like uncapped, no limit.
I mean, it's still, I think, bigger than no limit, because like you play so many pots and you play so many pots till the end. It's not like no limit where you don't play many big pots, you know. There you play a lot of big pots and you have to chase and chase.
I think all of them, like most of them are just trying to escape from no limit. They try to survive. They try to dodge it.
So no limit, yeah. When no limit comes up, like this guy smoke break, this guy toilet break.
Toilet break.
They just hate it. They really hate it.
Wow. Is that an open? No, I thought.
How much is that?
A minute I thought he'd open the queen deuce there, but
No, but Hassan has opened the 7-8 there.
the 7-8. This is very loose, yeah. 8-7 off. Hassan has definitely been the action player so far.
Yeah, and partly picking up on that fact, and partly also the playability of the hand, like King 8 suited here in the cut-off. Albert happy to take a flop if possible.
Yeah, in position against the action player.
That will bring in Sinan for a menage a trois as we look down at a King of Clubs, 5 of
He
hearts,
might
4 of
regret his
spades board.
decision not to 3-bet now.
Yeah, Hassan with the good shot may well continue here. It would make sense,
Yeah.
actually, to fire out a continuation bet, I think,
Yeah.
for this texture.
It will often work if neither of your opponents have a king. Only one overcard, and it's a less threatening one than an ace, so that kind of makes sense here.
Albert with some backdoor potential to go with his king kicker. He can back into spades, and he does go for the raise, wanting to take control of the pot, and gets the king 9 out, crucially.
No, I think he just called and the king 9 folded anyway.
Ah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, the king nine obviously just didn't fancy his kicker against two people who have stronger kings in their range. Goes check, check now. Now, does he bluff? The ace potentially could be a good card for him on the turn. Wouldn't expect Albert to have too many aces unless they're aces that have improved to 2 pair. So yeah, he's recognizing that. He's going to try and bluff a king or a pair.
35.
But Albert asking for the amount of the bet. One of the problems he has here is he's kind of at the top of his range, having checked the turn now. He doesn't have too much ace-x in his range. But he's, yeah, as you said there, it's a terrible run out for him.
Sure, Hassan.
Oh, look at that. He went to the cards to
Good
toss
hand.
them in and then
Yeah,
little
looked
look
at
to
his
right.
opponent to see if he got a reaction. And then he said something like, it's you, Hassan. In other words, you might be bluffing here.
Okay.
Bravo, Mehmet. Professional, yes? No? Hassan became professional. Yeah.
Hassan is trying to look calm and unconcerned. I think
Never run like me.
it looks like he's trying to talk himself into the fold, but yeah,
Back to the cards.
yeah.
And they're
Forward
gone.
they go.
Show the bluff, Hassan.
No, bluff.
Show the bluff. Show the bluff.
He happily says, yeah, I have a bluff.
I
Yeah. Good for the game, as they say.
have an 8 in my hand.
Very good play, Hassan. Bravo.
I swear I thought about this hand and I said, fuck, I have an 8.
He had an 8 as well, as you said, which was not a
So
good card to
annoying.
have.
Boom.
Blocking the bluff.
I'm a big fish.
I'm big fish, he says. But if you never fold the best hand in poker, you're definitely calling too much.
And it was a rotten run out, it must
Oh
be
yeah,
said.
horrendous run out for his hand.
Sinan.
Stream cash games here, do they? They don't normally stream
Some
cash
ask
games
I
here,
did.
do they?
Yeah.
Oh, they do? This is the first time I've ever
Not like super often, but able.
first time I've ever known it.
We did a couple times earlier also. Like, everything is ready, so just need. Nobody expected their fault. This is the fault.
Jack 7 suited here. This is spicy as well. On the hijack.
25.
He's going to get 3-bet. 9-7 is
How much is solid?
quickly mucked.
30, 34 something.
Nice chunky sizing here
34.
from Sinan. It's good recognition how out of the small blind, always going to be out of position.
Yeah.
He needs to go big here, and
That wasn't enough.
that he does.
Yeah, quick fold there. Sometimes players get a little bit too sticky with those kind
have
of
more.
what they call suited connectors, but like Jack 7
50, I call
is only very vaguely connected.
Jack
It can
7.
only flop one straight, 10-9-8 specifically, and it won't even be the nut straight on that. Whereas, you know, a hand like Jack 10 suited can flop lots of straights.
Oh, really?
So there's quite a significant difference between Jack 7 and Jack 10 in that
Oh, that's how
spot.
you busted? It was a Jack 7.
That's how I started my downfall.
Actually, the rest you don't even remember, right?
No, I remember. I remember every hand.
Seven.
Action all the way around to Sinan here with a vaguely tempting King 7 offsuit here. He's going to open things up to 3.5x.
Yeah, that feels very much rock bottom of range, but
Yeah, possibly even just below range if you're going to go for this larger sizing.
yeah, the larger size you use, the stronger hand you need, obviously. I'm just going to go back to my GTO wizard ranges. What does computer say?
Hassan makes the call here with the 10-9. Flops. Some backdoor potential here on Jack 6-5, 2 clubs. Sinan likely to fire a continuation bet here, I would think. No, he does. He's going to proceed more judiciously. Bottom card pairs here, 5 of diamonds. And opening the door here for Hassan to maybe take a stab. Pretty terrible card for him. Might feel like he's being pot controlled. Might feel like even with a lot of value hands here, Sinan might decide, actually, let's give this guy a bit of rope. He's shown himself capable of bluffing already.
Yeah. He goes for it here. And he gets the fold from the King 7. Yeah, the King 7 was definitely a loose open. According to GTO Wizards ranges that I'm looking at, it's a fold for that size.
Do red-black.
Although, actually, I think the GTO Wizard ranges don't take into account that there's an ante, because there usually isn't an ante in cash games. So, actually, probably with the ante, it's a fine open.
Side bet. I want to cross book. You,
Take his side. You're what?
Very small, right?
What is
I'm
it?
red.
I take your side.
You think I'll win?
Okay.
The way I've been running lately, I don't know.
That's okay? Rani?
You.
Okay, I'm on. You guys play.
You want his action?
I wanted to cross book against you. Against you.
It will tilt me too fast.
Salah, where you go? Shisha bar? Yeah.
Salahuddin limping in here from the cutoff with the Jack 5 off. Mehmet immediately picking up
Just 200.
queens right behind him. Bumps it up
I
to
won 0
900
hands
now.
so far. Did I win a hand? Oh yeah, I did win one. Okay. I got bluffed one time.
So I'm thinking of doing something with the
big
Ace-9 offsuit here.
Only if there's a flop.
You put on the
Only
book.
if there's a
Flatting is obviously pretty bad, so maybe he was
Yani-
thinking of bluffing.
Hasan blöf yaptı Albert'e, o da pas etti.
Ace-4 off, not closing the action here. He's gonna let this go, yeah, that makes sense.
Fuck, I had 2 red cards. Open flop?
So do I.
It doesn't count. Open flop. It doesn't count.
Yeah, the Jack-5 limp there, I mean,
Course.
maybe it's his favorite hand or he just got bored.
Is there doubles and triples? No.
Not for
Looks
now.
like the guys are
Let's wait
talking
till someone
about
gets buried.
red or black
Then
flop,
there's double and triple.
Yeah,
prop bets at the moment.
yeah, they're probably playing the red or black game.
Okay.
Patrick Winterbottom in the
Count?
YouTube chat says, good evening, gents. I hope you're both well. How many days of your expert commentary do we have to look forward to? I'm here until
red
Sunday,
cards.
so I have 3 more days after today, and they'll all be tournaments, obviously, tournament days. David, you're here for longer.
Yeah, the expert commentary heads back to
Yeah, but what
Dublin.
did I do?
And
I
the,
Jack 6 offsuit.
let's call me colour commentary sticks around
Limp 3 bet.
till the end of the series.
Yeah, right now, bright red is that particular colour.
I was going to go with lobster.
Yeah, you took it that a little bit too literally. Aiden talking about the shirts. Yeah, Mrs. Doak has bought a few more shirts apparently in my absence, and they're very much in the same mold.
NLH. Vay be Sinom. Nasıl pas ettim sana papaz 9'u?
I have 2 red cards.
So Paul has opened here, the king queen.
It's got to be 7 deuce, Albert.
Huh?
That's got to be 7
No,
deuce.
no, we're playing red or black. And
Yeah,
I
they are
have
playing red or
7-3
black.
red. He has red. So I don't know what I should do.
Never enough action for poker players.
No, you've got to find something else to bet on.
Actually, for every flop that's not
What's the
opening,
weirdest prop
add
bet you've seen at the
1,000.
table?
No.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, go.
While you're thinking, I mean, it's not exactly weird, but I've seen this a few times in Vegas. Anybody who's played the World Series know that they have 2 sets of payouts scrolling down, one slower than the other. And often players will bet on which will reach the end first. So you know, if the faster one is at like showing payouts 40 to 50, say on the screen at the moment, and the slower one is 200 to
After all these
210,
streams.
they're basically betting on which one gets to the bottom first.
Well, but at least he's famous now. And at some point, fame equal money.
You're so funny, Danny.
Ooh, now Paul picked us with a legitimate hand, having opened the king queen. So even though he has been tight so far, and that's kind of generally his reputation, I think, the other players might start to wonder if he's stepping out of line now.
Just careful with your cards. Right?
Hans has a playable hand on the button. Jack 10 off, but he fires it quickly into the muck.
5.
Only 2, yeah?
Albert has gone for the call here with the suited queen. Oh, and look at this. Konstantinos picks up aces in the big blind. What a spot. This will look like a squeeze.
Yeah, mandatory call for Paul here.
Yeah,
Taking this
there's
one to a flop.
yeah, absolutely no point in 4-betting your hand. You just get rid of all the weaker hands, and you're in bad shape against the continuing range. So call, play the hand in position.
I'm gonna tilt so much if I lose this one.
So let's see if Paul can bink a set here.
Oh my
That's a
god.
good start.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that's a
This is
bad
so good.
flop for Paul because it looks very safe. He's ahead of all that too high card hands, the ace kings, the ace queens.
Is that the next one? 3 times.
Yeah, interesting to see now what sizing Konstantinos chooses here.
Yeah, out of position, he doesn't have to go very big here.
So again, a mandatory call for
Yeah.
Paul, and a pot that's now going to bloat
Yep.
to almost the 10k mark,
Yeah, he has no real choice here to call.
8,500 to be exact here, and yeah, he's probably going to call on a lot of turn cards as well.
Yeah, unless it's a heart, because he doesn't have the jack of hearts. That might save him. The queen doesn't look too dangerous. Ace queen is really the only hand that pulls ahead of him now.
Does it play in the mind in this spot, Dara, that ace king obviously forms a substantial part of the 3-betting range
Yeah.
here, and that queen is the kind of card that might encourage ace king to fire again?
Oh yeah, I don't think folding is really an option here.
Yeah. So again, I think small enough on the sizing, he's gone just over a third.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe more like 40%.
I mean you really hate it here now because very, very hard for your hand to improve if it's behind. It needs to hit a 2-outer. And if your opponent's bluffing, he's probably going to keep that going on the river, so you're going to have to buckle in and potentially call a third barrel if you're going to call here. This is actually a very intriguing spot to see what Paul does. Like we're
Yeah,
still ahead of ace king, and as you said, like that is a huge part of the range, and it does pick up equity on this hand. And I mean, it's a 2-outer, but if you do hit your jack and the guy has ace king, you're going to win even more as a result of him hitting it straight.
Is the other factor here, Dara, the positions? It's under the gun who's open, so Paul is opened from basically the seat where you're supposed to have the tightest range. And Constantina's out of the big blind, not going to have too many 3-bets out of the big blind, so actually we can condense his range to fairly narrow stuff. And really, as you said there, I don't think he's getting out of line with an ace-jack, and anyway we blocked that. I don't think he's getting out of line with an ace-5 too often. You know, so...
Good fold here by Paul.
In reality,
I think
we're up against a very tight range.
I still think he has a decent number of 3-bets there because of the small blind flatting.
Okay.
I think if the small blind folds, yeah, he's going to call more. But like when the small blind
I had queen 4
calls,
hearts. I
he's
called.
going to he's more incentivized to 3-bet a hand like ace queen, for example. He's also more incentivized to bet to 3-bet medium pairs as well,
Almost
and get the pot heads up. Question from Victoria Savina in the chat. Hi guys, are you doing commentary on the main event of 3300? I believe you are, David. I think I'm going home next week. So
You're here for the warm-up and the high roller, and then the main event is actually the last event. So sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes the high roller is at the end. Obviously the warm-up is always at the beginning. But that order has been flipped in different series. So this time around, yeah, the main event is actually going to be the last thing on the bill. And another loose enough open here, Jack 8 suited.
this is very loose. I mean,
From Sinan.
yeah. I mean, I said earlier I don't think Jack 9 suited is an open from here, so Jack 8 suited is super loose.
Well, dream spot for Hassan here, whose reputation as maybe the loosest guy on the table here, as maybe the bluffiest person too. He actually wakes up with a legit hand, and there really weren't legitimate hands before him.
Yeah, you really have
Selahadin with a
gone
very
for a big
optimistic
size here as well.
Queen 9 of hearts. Snap fold, and Selahadin, we saw him limp the Jack 5 earlier and then toss it away. He does toss away the Queen 9 here. It doesn't get sticky.
Don't ask every time.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, picked up a decent amount of money there with the blinds, 500 and the 2 bet in the call,
odds were also
1300
against you
there
now.
for his 1600.
The odds were against you now.
And right back to where he started, Dara, after
were
that,
against me?
again, misstep against hands and that sort of weird spot which played a bit back to front, the 6-5, didn't really need to check raise the turn,
Yeah.
and then definitely didn't need to call the
Still a
river.
good game,
But he's back to where he started, so that will feel nice.
Yeah,
Affects your,
yeah, for sure.
you can even play it 3 ways, like each pick a suit.
Pick a suit?
Yeah.
I'm not playing 2K.
Each pick a suit, and then like every card you get on the flop is worth like 500 or whatever. But if you get the combo, you get like all the your suit.
The group. 1.5K.
Like you add a scoop on.
Ah.
Well, back to back, ace kings here for Hassan. He's going to find a customer in hands who's probably just looking at the number of hands that Hassan is playing and just thinking, actually, do you know what? Got to pick them off. Actually, he's got a pretty nice candidate for a 3-bet anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Hassan's VPIP has to be up around 70 or 80% so far. And now, I mean, given just how loose he's been playing, I think he has a fairly mandatory 4-bet here.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where if you 4-bet and get 5-bet shoved on, it's not great.
But then you probably found out that you're up against one of the hands you're scared of. And potentially got away more cheap than if you just gone to the flop.
Is this a situation where you, even out of position, you go for a relatively small 4-bet because you want to keep in the ace
4-bet
queens,
size.
the ace jacks?
Yeah, 4-bet sizes can be fairly small because the ranges are just so tight. It's not like somebody's going to peel you off with a weak ace.
Well, we don't know the amount yet from Hassan, but it induced a very quick fold from hands there who realised.
Yeah, I like that play from hands too. Like, there's no posturing there. Just I 3-bet the bottom of my range. I got 4-bets, so I'm going to fold.
6,400 was the amount chosen, so less than 3 times. So sort of maybe could have gone a tiny bit smaller in my mind, but that was pretty close to spot on, I think.
Yeah.
Teşekkür ederim. Sağ ol.
Yeah, so he really has been driving the action so far.
Bring for me. 22.
Well, straight away, hands with much nicer hands. The ace queen off here for a 3-bet to 2200. Mehmet's going to have a hard job defending this one, given that the ace 9 was probably subpar to begin with. Not sure it's even rock bottom. Dara will do his GTO wizardry, I'm sure, in a moment.
Yeah, ace 9 off is definitely not prescribed open here.
We would be very much playing some street poker should we decide to continue in this spot. Mehmet decides to lay it down.
Bravo, Mehmet.
And once again, hands adds to his spoils.
Maybe we play 7 deuce.
Stand-up game, no sir.
We need either 7 deuce or stand-up. We need one of them.
Stand-up,
And if we need someone that speaks Greek to explain to him, we can.
he understood, he understood.
What is this, stand-up?
He just doesn't know. What do you think? Salah knows the strategy.
You can play the button also. Small blind win.
That's also good.
The button
We
game?
need to add something.
A stand-up is probably more
Small
fun.
blind win.
Stand-up is the best, actually.
Stand-up is for sure the most fun, for sure.
Talking about different games there that you can play in cast
When
stand-up
Paul
game.
comes back, we'll start the stand-up.
I think you have
You
to
teach me, I will
stay
play.
standing until you win a hand.
You have to win a hand before the other.
No, I didn't understand exactly what you mean. I will learn in like 10 minutes, okay.
We all standing up.
How much?
Last
How
guy
much
to
will we pay?
1,000 pay
600.
each.
600.
One-
No,
1,000?
1,000.
I don't mind, but I think it's a lot.
So big?
Maybe 10,000.
No, it's less. How many were? 7,000.
No, 1K looks so big for
Say
this.
7K, it's okay.
Like 6, 7, 600 is okay.
Like
I
a
think.
third of the stack.
1K is too much.
600 good one.
I mean, it's the same, whatever.
Sinan with the Django's here. Mehmet bottom
It's easier
pair.
to pay 1K.
A little bit of backdoor potential as well.
Oh. You try to go unnoticed? No? Now suddenly
Looks
you're
like he's going to
silent,
go
no?
for a check raise here to try and protect that bottom pair.
Yeah, yeah. If his bottom pair is best, it's very vulnerable. He does have
we're
some
gonna do
backdoors with
stand-up
the ace
next
as
week.
Till
well.
they collect the session, then we start.
It's
Midnight.
potentially a better
After
play
midnight.
Is
than
it 600?
check
is
call.
it?
Just as we
Is it
as we
600
Yeah, and
or 1,000 or what is
Sinan
it?
certainly not going
play
anywhere
one
with his
I want
overpair, but
1,000.
the
I
question
guess
is,
we can
does
vote.
he go for a 3-bet here
600
or
or
just
1,000?
call?
What
Just
you-
calls.
600 is okay, I think.
Danny.
Yeah, I think 600.
Oh, and hello.
Well, it's an interesting card
I
because
think
the
on the
flush
table
gets
only
there.
he won the 1,000.
But obviously,
How do we do it if we don't want to?
Everyone
and
is
10-9
fine.
gets there as
Give the
well.
cards, you see. Jérém, donne-nous des receipt cards. On va jouer stand-up
So-
game, mais sans se...
The ace-3 is going to
Sans
turn
vraiment
itself
stand
into a
up,
bluff
receipt
here. He
cards.
knows he doesn't have the best hand for sure now, but he can represent that the king has improved him in some way. He's either hit a flush, he's hit a straight, he's maybe hit 2 pairs sometimes.
Yeah, and Sinan obviously with a bit of thinking to do here. Maybe thinking more so into the next street. What will he do if a club comes? How much money can he win if the board pairs?
Yeah.
Is he just good? And his opponent has next to no equity. Hand like Queen 3 suited, Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Oh,
what
wow.
a river! What a river!
Casino Royale.
Oh my goodness! This might go check. The ace might decide he has enough showdown, and the kings may decide he's not strong enough to
Loves
bet
again.
anymore.
Is it a spot for a blocker also
It does
maybe
look like
for
he's gonna
Mehmet?
blocker. Yeah, yeah. He's
Go
looks
for a
like he's
little
putting a
2.5
small amount
K-er.
of chips here. Small amount of chips.
Oh, 6.5. It's hard to get called by worse now.
He's just
Bravo,
wow,
Mehmet.
snap fold.
Club
I mean,
bluff.
Like we could see he's
Why
got
not?
top set, but like top set is garbage on this board. Like you're losing to any ace, any nine, any club.
He hits king. He beats kings
Oy, oy, oy.
like this.
Yeah,
It's Mehmet Habibi.
recognizing his
Istanbul legend. What do you think?
This is the only river that I can fold. 10 of clubs.
Istanbul legend. Okay, give me the
Not
card.
now, not now.
He
After
wants to
midnight.
wait.
Get a card when you win a hand.
مثل ما قلنا انه after 1 hour we
Difference.
no difference, but just as we spoke before, no. First hour, let's try normal. It's no difference.
It looks like now everybody wants to get in on the
So it's not on.
other
Not yet.
games.
Kings.
We've actually been playing 1 hour.
You had kings.
Apparently there was
The
some
king was
discussion
on the
before
flop.
that they would play normal
Jack
for the first
3,
hour and
king
then
and
maybe
10.
talk about
And how was the action?
He check raise flop, bet turn,
some
bet
prop bet games.
As prop bet
Bravo,
games
man.
go, Dara, I do like the stand-up game. I think it's a nice
Yeah.
way to
Yeah.
create a bit of extra action, a bit
It's
of
only
extra
a matter
excitement.
of time I win these hands. One time. Bam.
It still keeps poker in the game in the way that like a black-red flop kind of props doesn't.
Yeah.
I know it does in the sense that maybe when you have 2 red cards, you're trying to overplay your hand to block that flop or whatever. But actually, I think it's kind of a mucky enough way to do it. I much prefer something
I
like
know
the standard
exactly
game
this flop.
or the 7 deuce game.
Yeah. Shout out to Des Farrell in the chat who was watching us, but he says he's
Happy
putting his quarters in to go to bed now.
Actually, if you don't see, you should.
If you don't see it,
Bottom pair with some backdoors against open-ended here. Hassan
Yeah, from now on, you have to see.
certainly likely to get sticky here against
I'm
Saladin.
tilted now.
When the
but
turn
you
comes,
can see it until she takes the card.
no, until the turn.
Still in the 2K. Are you still in the 2K?
Saladin coughing right into his mic there. We appreciate that in the
Coming
comment
into his
box.
shirt, to be fair, which is actually something I've only seen in card rooms recently, and I think it's a very good innovation.
It is
used
actually
to,
good.
People used to cough into their hand, which is probably the worst place you can cough, apart from directly onto your chips. I think if you're trying not to infect people at the table and you feel the need to cough into your shirt is a good way to go.
Interesting spot here now for Saladin to go for a almost mergy little bet here on the ace, Dara. He can kind of protect his 4.
Yeah, can achieve different things for sure. Protect his 4, maybe fold out a better hand who's afraid of the ace. And now with the 3 and the showdown, maybe Hassan will just decide, you know what, I beat some stuff here.
I don't know, that's 6 of hearts in his hand, and
6
a
of
man
hearts
like
is,
Hassan,
a compelling card to bluff with, yeah.
I feel like
Blocking straights and flushes.
there's not a huge amount in this pot.
No.
Hassan may feel like he's being pot controlled here. But, you know, you may also think, well, a hand like pocket 8s and pocket 9s will find it very hard to call a big bet.
Yeah. He does check. Saladin obviously doesn't think he has the winning hand, but he turns it over reluctantly and will get the good news.
A lot of drama there for what was a pot I don't think was hardly bet into post-flop.
Yeah.
Danny, pot size bet, fold, 6 of hearts. Give Danny and dodge Danny.
story.
Action round to Mehmet here on the button with the king 8 offsuit. Oh, and would you believe it,
My
Hassan?
goodness. Hassan has been playing by far the loosest, but he's also got the best run of cards. And the players are really going to start wondering about these 3 bets and 4 bets now.
It's a small 3 bet from the small from the small blind here, Dara.
Yeah, that can be a little bit of a bet sizing tell.
Yeah, Mehmet may
First
get
time he's used
tempted.
this size as well, so
Hard to fold to this size.
it is. But you've got king 8 offsuit.
And position.
Yeah. Well, what do we want to hit here?
Like,
Good.
King 8-8.
oh, do.
Yeah, now it's 3K. If you win 2 in a row, it's 3. You have the right.
To enforce.
Where's the 3? Crazy how much you're up against.
Just a question of sizing here for Hassan now. I think he can go reasonably large on this 10-6-3.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of gut shots in particular.
You guys won. We did 2, and you guys.
Oh. Laying a bit of a trap here, Hassan.
Two.
Well, it's going to work. It induces a 1K bet from Mehmet very quickly.
Yeah, might go for a check raise here. But then aces doesn't really need much protection. And as I said, there are lots of gut shots there that you could have targeted, but you're not too worried about the gut shots hitting. 4 or 5 is the only open ender, and that's kind of unlikely. That's very unlikely.
Well, Hassan is nothing if not a little on the unorthodox side. He does go for that check raise, Dara, you mentioned.
Yeah, it wasn't really his board, so I kind of like the decision to check. And now that he's check raised, I mean, if Mehmet had something better than what he has, he could get very suspicious, but he's got king high.
No quick release from Mehmet here.
No, I mean, the only play here now is to bluff, obviously.
That would be some street poker there.
Yeah, we've really seen Hassan playing super aggressively, and that can get into people's heads, but, you know, you've got king 8. You're going to have better hands than this to fight back with. But very, very suspicious. He's giving him the side eye there.
Yeah, it's a funky line here. The very small 3 bet from the small blind, followed by the check raise. Can understand why he's a little on the confused side.
Confused side, but he does eventually let it go. We got somebody called, I've never heard of this person before in the chat, James Dempsey, I think his name is. Hi James, I presume you're a complete noob. Hope you're enjoying your first ever poker stream.
It's probably one of those Irish Dempseys.
I mean, Dempsey, there's loads of... I grew up in Wexford, and about half the people in Wexford are called Dempsey.
And Jim would have been a common enough
Jim would have been, yeah, about half of those people would have been called Jim.
I imagine it's one of them, so. Well, you know me, Dara, I love a theme. I've been scribbling
A
away
team
here.
or a theme?
A theme, sorry, thank you for exposing my poor pronunciation on live TV. Story of the day so far, I'm going with Hassan the Station, didn't work out too well. Hassan the Bluffer worked out very nicely. And now Hassan the Card Rack. Well, that is working out very nicely indeed.
It's a great combination, bluffer and card rack.
Yeah.
It's one of the most winning combinations in poker.
Celadine with the Queen Jack suited here may well call here, but no, he doesn't actually. He lets it go very quick. He's very quick to act on these, you know, spots where he's either limped, which we saw once, and then these spots where he's open, he just releases
He's
quickly.
played very unorthodox, had to be said. Like, we saw him limp the Jack 5 offsuit, I think it was, wasn't it? They were the same colour, but not the same suit. But then in these other spots where he seems to have playable hands, he just quickly releases them. Bookie Link says, hello everyone, enjoy this amazing event. Yeah, it is indeed an amazing event. As David said earlier, the warm-up, which is 2K, has got phenomenal numbers. So I think we're going to see amazing numbers for the whole festival.
Yeah, 156 players return tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon for the warm-up. It's the morning if you're coming from the UK and Ireland. That's the reason I included you guys. I don't have perfect information on this, but given what I've seen before, I'm going to guess something around 120 will get paid. So expect that bubble to burst maybe towards the end of the first frame or into the second frame of tomorrow's action. Always exciting to watch the bubble play, especially when you got someone like Darrow Carney in the booth, an ICM expert.
Yeah.
Somebody will make a catastrophic ICM error and Darrow will be there to spot it.
Oh, we'd love to see that, wouldn't we? We love those ICM punts. So the 9s here have flopped middle pair. 4s are kind of garbage here, and Paul will think his 10s are the best hand quite a lot, and he has backdoor. He has backdoors actually, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. So lots of reasons to bet here.
Yeah, a nice little probey bet from Paul.
Yeah, and it gets the job done. The 9 decides it doesn't really have enough to hang on there.
The 9 did have backdoor diamonds and some backdoor straight possibilities. I'm slightly surprised it folded so quickly.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised too. I think if you're going to fold middle pair backdoor with backdoors, you're probably folding a bit too much.
And not a particularly big sizing from Paul either.
No.
Sub
No.
50%.
It was 3-way, so you can go a smaller size because both players have to worry about each other. But the 9-6 was closing the action. But maybe Paul getting a bit more respect there because, as I've said a number of times already, he is one of the tighter players on the table, or one of the more solid players, maybe, let's say.
And his tan making him look a little on the angry side. Don't want to mess with an angry person.
No, no.
Very big table. A dinner for chips. Especially
Ooh, look at this, look at this.
corner guys.
Oh, and he just throws in the flat here.
That's
So-
an interesting decision, yeah.
So under the gun open, obviously deciding he's not going to have much of a 3-betting range out of the big blind in this spot.
This could really pay off from here because there's no way you could put him on a hand as strong as Ace-King now. Queen Jack has backdoors, of course. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush, but the board's paired. That devalues the backdoors a decent amount. Paul's continuing to tell the story here that he doesn't have much of a hand by just playing the check call.
Oh, and there is an action
that's
card.
A real action card, yeah. Now, strong incentive to bet here and fold out a 9 or a small pair.
And given you've opened from such early position, you probably don't have to bet that much to get a 9 to fold anymore. Maybe a little half potter would do the job.
Yeah, possibly. I'm just trying to think what you'd want to be doing with your Ace-X.
Well, look at that. He's gone
Your Ace-X,
big.
yeah, I think your Ace-X wants to bet big, so I think you probably have to bet big with your bluffs as well.
Well,
Paul's should be loving this now because his hand is so under-repped. Very hard for him to have an ace, let alone ace with the nut kicker. And he's gone for the check call line again. And I mean, if he misses the river, he's going to be pretty much compelled to bluff. But he doesn't. He smells a rat. He very quickly smells a rat. Yeah.
This will be disaster.
Again, that can sometimes be the problem of having that sort of tighter, solid image.
King will be
Players
the-
are less likely to triple barrel into you.
Little bit. Light.
And it was a big bet on the turn, so that really narrowed the range down.
yeah, an excellent example there of how there are certainly more than one way to skin certain cats. And that flat with the ace-king, a nice little gear switch there, a bit of deftness.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think how it would have played out if he 3-bet. If he 3-bets, he probably gets flatted pre-flop, but then it
Usually
probably
I
goes
should
bet
keep
fold
this
on
king
the flop.
Oh, I'm glad he did. Otherwise, I wouldn't win that one. Maybe it was.
Arada şeyi tutuyorlar.
Tutuyor değil mi?
Ama geçersiz şey yani.
6.
Hans, who I must say has been relatively quiet. Obviously, a couple of 3-bets there an orbit ago, but I don't think he's been in the mix a huge amount. He's going to open things up here with the 7-6 of clubs. Paul, more than happy to get involved here from the small blind with Queen Jack of diamonds, and that brings in Sinan from the big.
Yeah, Hans hasn't gotten many hands, no pun intended, yet, so he's been quiet. But he's also been sort of like surrounded by some action players as well, which is maybe...
Well, we got some potential action on this flop here. Hans, who started off the action, does have some backdoors there. He's got 3 clubs and he's got the 5, 6, 7 working. Sinan has middle pair, and of course Paul, bit of a monster here, top pair and the flush draw.
Yeah, this is as good as flops gets for Paul's hand.
So Hans will take a stab as predicted, and Paul will just call.
Yeah, he's ahead of all the draws, and he's behind most of the value, so he's just going to see what happens on the turn.
Well, there's the 10 on the turn. Sinan would have tripped up. He made a judicious fold though, feeling like there was better hands out there, and indeed there was.
Now,
Hint of showdown now to beat the King Jacks and Jack Nines of the world
yeah,
for Hans.
Yeah, I like Paul's decision to bet here, because Hans, once he checks the turn, he's kind of indicated he's trying to get to showdown. If he's going to keep bluffing, the most likely bluff line is to keep firing on the turn.
And the question now is, does Hans look him up here? The King Jack looks like the obvious one. Obviously the diamonds missed as well. The Jack 9 might be in Paul's range if it was the suited variety.
Yeah, Jack 9 suited, King Jack, diamonds all miss.
And he unblocks all that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the most... I think a small size could definitely have got looked up, but this size, have to decide how many better hands you have that make better bluff catchers. But he doesn't block any of the bluffs. Like, he doesn't have a diamond, he doesn't have a jack, he doesn't have a 9, he doesn't have a king.
It's a close one.
Yeah, it's definitely close. And that's why, like, it might look weird to people that he's considering calling here, but it's just so many draws miss. This is another reason why I like the bet from Paul here, because you can get called fairly light once all these draws miss.
While Hans continues his tank here, Dara, just one thought here of, do the draws sometimes fire out on that 10? And that maybe would lean him more towards a fold.
It would be a very unorthodox line, I think, given that the flop was 3-way.
Interesting river spot there.
Yeah, it was an interesting river spot. It was definitely close, and I think maybe in the end he just decided to play the player there.
Yeah, and a good decision in the end. As we take a look at the Merit Poker 2023 series calendar, well, we see we've been through a lot of these dates already, but the one that's standing out in the future right now is 11 to 22 October. That's going to be the big one here, the EPT. First time an EPT has been in Corinia. And then, of course, in November, we've also got some fun poker to look forward to as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to attend that EPT and play it. I think it'll be an amazing event.
Well, I'm hoping to be invited back for the Gangster series, just because I've done the Carmen, done the Retro. We missed out on the Classic. The EPT is stealing the Classic spot this year.
Okay.
But I do love Gangster garb.
Yeah, you've been a very frequent visitor here. This is only my second trip for commentary, but this is your fourth, maybe?
I think it's my third.
Third.
But you know what? And you'd have loved this, Dara. You weren't with me at the Carmen series, and the amount of opera references I was able to wedge in during that series was absolutely obnoxious.
Yeah, I'm sure they went way over the heads of
How dare you
the audience.
speak down to our audience.
Even more so than the Bob Marley references at the start of this particular broadcast.
So good was that reference. I now ask anyone who's in the chat right now, rewind all the way back to the first minute while we're having this interlude and check
And
out.
ask, why are they saying all those words?
And ask yourself, why are those words, being spoken
used?
in those words?
Yeah.
Well, we are going to return to the action momentarily. It's been really fun, Dara. Okay, let's break it down here. Obviously, we've enjoyed Paul Newey. He's been in the mix. He's been a little on the loose side with a few of his under the gun opens, but generally, as you kind of predicted, fairly solid. Nothing outlandish from him. Obviously, we spoke about Hassan, the station, the bluffer, and the card catcher. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how his next session goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be the swingiest player at the table. Just his style. As I said earlier, like when you combine bluffing with card racking, it's an incredibly profitable style. But that can turn sour very quickly when your bluffs start getting called and you stop getting the cards.
Yeah, one player we haven't seen a huge amount from, relatively speaking, is Albert. I did expect him to be driving the action here, but actually he's been incredibly card dead, and that's the reason for that.
Carded, yeah. This is the thing. Like sometimes you often see this in cash games. You can have a guy who might be by far the best player at the table, but like if he just gets dealt a bunch of nothing hands, there's not really anything he can do other than fold them and not lose more money than he should with them.
No, Dara, you and I, the commentators, and the people in the YouTube chat are here to say that over that 25 hand sample, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah.
Get involved.
Yeah.
Red, black.
Yeah, I used to be involved in staking a very good cash game player, and that was the biggest criticism. I was often like, over this 25 hand sample, she opened no hands, and it was like, yeah, like the best hand she got dealt was 10-7 offsuit, and it was opened in 3-bet before it got to her.
Well,
some action here.
Speaking of 3-bets here, Sinan,
Pass.
who always recognises that he should be going big, he tends to lean into the 5x out of position here.
Yeah.
Uses that ace-10 to good effect.
And now what's happened? You never
Yeah, he's
stand
been,
up.
he's been kind of impressive so far, actually.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
For this dealer, you don't.
No, he sat down.
No, I said
Not
no.
this dealer, this round.
This round.
Every round is
No,
good.
not every dealer one round.
Ben bir
Every dealer
yerde
one
ne
game.
olun diyeceğim
No, I'm
mecbur.
just saying, forget about the dealer. Now this round,
don't care
this
about
round
dealer.
that ends
No, you just
when somebody has one card. Like the last
care
one that has
about
a card
dealer.
left
You
has
just
to
want to
pay
win a
600 to everyone.
Whoever's last, it costs 4,200.
I just need to win a pot in one round, in this round.
Yes, not this
round.
round. When this
It
game,
is live.
until game is finished. Now the game is on, right?
Still only one person has got one of these left.
One person leaves with this.
Whoever is
game
left,
finishes. Now the game
4,200.
Okay, I understand.
doesn't matter. 2 orbits, 3 orbits, 5 orbits.
Somehow
one
I
orbit.
understand.
So for anybody
No,
out
I
there
agree, I don't
wondering why everyone's shouting at each other right now, basically they want to do the stand-up game without standing up. So they're using cards
There's
to
a few older
distinguish.
gentlemen at the table who don't like the stand-up game. I was about to say that when we talked about the stand-up game. It can be a little
And we
bit
played like
against the advantage of the older players at the table to be forced to stand up for long periods until they win a hand.
I mean, your odds should be like.
You mentioned there how well Sinan has played. I completely agree. I also really enjoyed his angry approach toward his opponent who
You just cracked
runner
my
them.
kings. That was the only river I was folding.
That was some quality banter as well.
they just play very normal until last 2 or 3 left.
Yeah, I know.
They don't care about the first one.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
Mehmet
point
with
is
the Django's.
Yeah. First is very easy to win.
Yeah, so
I was always getting the
Dream
first.
squeeze spot,
oh,
really.
this is a dream. Yeah, there's
But
just
then
so
you're
much
gonna
money
lose
out there now.
4,200 trying to
2,800 in the pot
That
already.
is another world.
Going to
And
bump
it's
it up
just-
to
it's just
around
waiting for you.
4K now, I think, would be my guess. Looks like he's gone even bigger than that. 55.
Yeah, he doesn't want to incentivize anybody to flat and set mine against him.
And Celadine playing very, very deep here with them could certainly consider the 9-7 suited as a aces cracker, kings cracker.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But it is a steep price. They've all been set. Konstantinos,
Pas, aç elini abi.
Bins,
Aç elini.
and Celadine. Well, we've seen him make these kinds of folds with hands like Queen Jack. Unsurprisingly,
What
9-7
else?
goes in the bin as well.
He shows the hand.
Ace 3 off. What else? Ace 3 off.
Oh, and you know what? Maybe,
Biz
just
de
maybe,
buraya
Derry, you
gelirken-
can go that little bit
Biz de
bigger
buraya
in this spot
gelirken
now
dokunduk,
with your
aynen.
premiums because of the game that's on.
Yeah.
They are not
A little bit of extra. Now, there's no way he can lose the
Comes to
1K.
meltdown.
you know, the one person's going to have to put in a grand,
Yeah, that's a
whatever
very
the
good
prize
point.
is.
Yeah, yeah, it certainly changes the game.
How much chips you had, Danny?
And I think that's why Albert is so keen to try and get him to play something, because he would back himself probably to adjust better to whatever game, prop bet game they're playing.
Sinan, söylesene Dani özlemiştik. Gördüğümüzde çok mutlu olduk. Onu tekrar.
Mike Leonard in the YouTube chat says, evening gents, evening Mike, hope you can stay with us for a while. We're up to 100 viewers for the first time now on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah.
The straddle, yeah?
Yeah, that is Hans indeed on the screen. He's been fairly quiet so far, but as David said a few minutes ago, that's basically because he's been card dead. The fact that he's okay, so he's straddled here, and he actually has quite a playable hand. When you straddle, it's one person raises you, you're kind of the new big blind, so your defending range should be similar to what the big blind would be.
Cold 4 here from Mehmet to 5k with the ace queen suited.
Yeah, that'll quickly flush out the jack 10.
Yarım saat sonra göreceğiz.
He didn't even need to win that hand to get out of the game as well. Everybody's still stuck in the stand-up game.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't
need to show because he won last
He
time.
won the.
Yeah, he won the last hand.
Me
So.
and him won already.
So you three are out, yeah?
We are two of us free.
And Mike Leonard said Paul knew what a guy. Yeah, Paul is here livening things up as well, but with his presence at the table and his table talk.
You mentioned the chat there, Dara. If the chat want to get involved, the way they can get involved is mash that like button. They can also mash the subscription
Mash the like button, get the word out that we're streaming here
Unsuccessfully, but I mean,
late into the
sometimes
night.
you just make bad investments.
You cannot underestimate the value of that like that they give us. I have no way of quantifying it. The algorithm, it's probably worth hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. Yeah, YouTube is a total mystery to us, it has to be said. So, but we do know it's good if you mash the like button.
Do you know what I love, Dara? I love getting notified of my favorite streams. The only way you can do that is if you hit the subscribe button as well, and then
Subscribe and like.
your
Yeah,
phone will tell you when it begins. It's brilliant.
that's true as well, yeah.
You learn from Sebastian? Learn from Sebastian?
Change the direction of the universe.
And while you're at it now, guys, seeing as you are on YouTube, you may as well pop your head over to the Chip Race page and mash the like button and the subscribe button there as well.
Yeah.
Watch a few videos when this stream is over. Hands with the pocket tens here. We don't know the kickers of Celadine or Hassan.
Nice.
Okay, so we're blind here on two. We know only one card of Hassan and one card of Salahuddin.
Hard to find another card for Salahuddin that will induce a call here.
Yeah. Yeah, once the...
But these guys are the deepest, so maybe if it's pocket fours, he was consider a set mine.
Yeah.
It would be out of character from what we've seen so far, but possible.
If Hassan has aces, this is sick.
Wow, yeah, it's been...
He has been in card rack, as David mentioned before. He's had ace king a few times as well, which he's played aggressively. And the fours are going to go away. Action back on Hassan. Now he did just flat the open, so that's going to be suited aces a lot, and maybe some middling offsuit aces.
Cast your mind back, of course, to the battle between these two guys here with the King 7 and 6-5 earlier. Probably the biggest pot we've seen tonight so far. Perhaps Hassan eyeing up the opportunity here to get some of that money back. Giving it a lot of thought.
Yeah. If he has a hand like ace 4 suited or ace 5 suited now, he might decide it might be a reasonable spot to turn into a bluff.
Wow, that would be sick.
But the problem is it's very hard for him to represent a super strong hand here because he hasn't 3-bet, unless he maybe traps aces some of the time.
Does let it go.
Yeah.
And hands.
Nice timing.
And takes it
Four
down
deuce.
with the pocket tens. He definitely had the best hand there, but obviously it's a very vulnerable hand, and certainly a hand you don't want to allow 2 other players to see free cards with.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm now wondering if it's not the stand-up game and
last two
these
is the
cards
most amazing one.
are about showing your hand.
Yeah.
You have to show your hand once.
Okay, yeah, I didn't catch the table chat, so I'm
I
not sure
didn't either, to be honest, and I just assumed it would be a clever way to avoid the actual standing
see
component of the stand-up game.
Salah and Albert.
But I think
now
we've
we've
heard
seen
them
the guy
talking about
show
a monetary
last
amount, so I feel like it might be a stand-up game without standing up.
I want
Okay.
to see both
And
of
maybe the
these
guys
stay
have an
last.
agreement that they'll show their hands because they're on TV anyway in half an hour.
Play together, bro. We didn't play.
Also, if it was a
Last time-
showing your hands
Oh,
thing,
no.
then surely you'd be able to
Last
win 2
time
cards.
we chopped.
No deal.
We
No
paid-
deal.
I paid this side, you
Double deal.
pay this side, and we finished.
No deal.
No deal.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Olin.
All in. If me and you stay last, we
Could
go
create a
in
very
back.
interesting dynamic. If it is a stand-up game without standing up and you got down to the last 2 players and they were in a pot with each other, that
By
would
the
make the
way,
pot huge.
Oh, and there's some amazing
learned
examples of this if you
the
cast your
last
eye
two
over
standing,
YouTube
and
to
if the one
some Tony
loses
G
all in,
madness. I
he doesn't
remember
have to
being
pay anymore.
one
It's
of the
like a
bigger
bullshit
pots I
rule.
saw.
He still pays. I mean, me and you lost the stand, and if I lose all into you, I still paid.
Yeah, of course you should.
But remember, we first time played here.
Johan
Johan
does
said
it
you
a
don't have
different
to
way.
pay.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
in
they're
USA,
discussing about what
everybody
happens
pays,
if you go
even
broke in
though
the
he
hands.
loses
Do you
all
have to
in.
pay
Still
or not?
have people, bro. Take it easy, slow down, okay?
A bit of a sign.
I mean, obviously you
Yeah.
should have to because otherwise you'd be free rolling on the all-in,
Yeah, it's almost like the
betting somebody
the
else's money.
1K or whatever you're putting in
Yeah.
should be tossed in to be at the beginning.
Yeah, yeah,
8.
yeah.
Although it's not that because it's a spot where one person loses it all, not
Yeah,
one person wins it all.
yeah.
So yeah, maybe it does add a further complication. An unnecessary
Yeah, well, if
one.
you go broke, like, but they're saying you still have to pay, obviously, because otherwise you're essentially betting the other guy's money when you go all in.
Middle pin against bottom pair here. Some backdoors for both players. None of that comes in here on the Jack of Spades. Both players may feel like they have the best hand right now. Nothing in this game for 3 pairs. Albert. Maybe one of those. It's an interesting one here. Obviously, a hand like 10-8. Queen 10 could be out there. Decides to check, and both have enough showdown. Saladin,
Thank
a
you.
rueful smile over to Albert, who turn bottom pair into 3 pairs.
Love that.
2 of them were good enough.
Yeah.
You were checking it.
Albert pointing out
the plan.
that he understood how he could represent boats there on that one with the perfect blockers. 3 pairs often does
3
work
pairs,
as a
yeah.
good blocker's hand. He would have gone for the check raise all in.
Yeah.
Straddle is on here, Paul Newey
Yes, I can check call. Check raise
has
more
made it
spicy.
400.
So Aladdin has a hand here, pocket jacks. Possibly juiced up for him by the straddle.
Yes, straddle.
So he's gone for a bigger raise here. It's effectively a 3.5x.
Well, from what we've seen of Hassan, I can't imagine he's going away here with the ace-10 off.
Yeah, probably not a hand you want to flat, so if he's going to play this, he's probably going to raise it. Might be a spot for a small raise. We saw him small raise before, and
If you win, are you allowed to sit out?
Well, you called it right, Dara.
If the guy won already, am I allowed to?
well,
Although,
he's got,
no,
quite a, no,
that's-
he's got a
ooh.
big size here. He's gone 3.5x.
And now hands with a lot of hand right behind them both
Oh my
in
goodness!
on the
This-
dealer
what
button.
a spot this is now. Yeah.
Definitely be in his mind that the Salahadin is deep with him. Now they're both playing effectively 80k deep. So a different sort of ball game there, 400 deep to Hassan, who's 200 deep with them. Those numbers cut in half, of course, because there is a straddle in play.
Yeah, the straddle makes it effectively 200 blinds deep game. And then the big open as well reduces the SPR. So this, yeah, this feels like a spot
13.
where you're going to raise, and if you get shoved on, you're probably
13.
folding.
And that's probably, unless someone wakes up in the big blind with something very interesting, that's probably game over from what we've seen of Saladin. He's capable of these folds.
Yeah, the jack's really, I mean, he's also not closing the action. If he was closing the action, he could call and set mine, but he doesn't know that Hassan is at it here with ace-10. Hassan could very legitimately have a hand that he's willing to raise again. So not closing the action, he's in a pretty gross spot here with the jacks.
Pouting out his bottom lip there, I think giving away the fact that he's already going to fold here, but he's just not happy with it.
Yeah.
Tough times.
Yeah, like you're not even loving queens here, to be honest. So I think jacks
I mean,
has to get out. Is Hassan going to call here? This would be very
Like you're doing all
unorthodox.
this to end up winning 600. Not playing 40.
Are we back to what we saw of Hassan at the start, Hassan the station? Does he have room to 5-bet fold?
He definitely doesn't have room for a 5-bet fold.
No, he doesn't.
So it's surely
I mean, he's getting a great price, but that
Folds.
really doesn't matter when you have ace-10. You're just crushed by the value range.
Μπορώ να σηκωστούμε φίλε.
he has called Dara.
Oh my lord.
Oh my goodness
This
me.
is- if he hits an ace now, he's getting stacked, that's for sure.
Stack to pot ratio of exactly 1.
Yeah.
We have gone heads up here in the unlikeliest of ways. The jacks folded, the ace-10 called.
Okay, that is a literally nothing flop. It's given the ranges. The ranges are high cards, although...
Oh my goodness, it's almost like a stop-go, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, he's run into the one hand that really hates calling because he doesn't even have a club.
I don't think he can call.
Don't know.
Feels like he might have like pocket.
No, I
oh, he
think
does
I
call.
think he did have to
Wow.
call. Like at the end of the day, you're getting 2-1,
And there's just too many like one club
like,
hands.
even if you're behind a flush, you're
Yeah.
like, or sorry, even if you're behind a pair, like you have about 25% equity with your ace king,
Yeah.
which is not too far off the 33% you need. And then you're going to be ahead sometimes as well. So that is a fairly sick hand. Oh wow, a 9 does it now. 9 or a 10 for Hassan. That would be pretty sick. But no.
And
That was absolute balls out
We
poker
call
there.
this hand, huh?
Wow, live by the sword, die by the sword. He was the action player. Everything was working for him just before that break, and now he's reaching into his pouch to rebuy.
Hassan the station earlier became Hassan the successful bluffer, Hassan the card catcher who managed to reap some rewards from that bluffy image. But right there, Dara, Hassan the maniac.
Yeah, well, that was real balls out play. And again, like, I was actually looking at similar spots to that recently, and they're weird spots because when the stack to pot ratio is that low and the rangers are that constricted, normal strategy kind of goes out the window, and your checking range becomes polarized. and your betting range becomes condensed. So you're usually just betting hands that like are going to have to call, side call if you get shoved on anyway. So you just stick it in first anyway. And if you have a really strong hand in that spot, like if he had flopped a flush, there's no way he shoves. If he had a big overpair with a club, there's no way he shoves. So, but yeah, that Hans is getting a lot of credit there. Not just for the call, but the speed of the call. But I think he just kind of recognized it in that spot. Like, you just can't fold getting 2-1 in a spot where if you're behind, you probably have 25% equity most of the time. And if you're ahead, you're well ahead.
And against that particular villain too,
Against
who
that
we've
villain,
seen.
like, who probably, as I said, like, he won't be shoving the top of his range. So
Kaç para bu? Vereceğim sonra. Tamam. Teşekkür ederim. Ver. Soğuk ya.
Kaç?
Four bet here from Albert. Hassan in no mood to go away here.
Kötü bayağı. Açıyorsun. Böyle 5000 geliyor.
Three bet called once again.
he definitely likes playing hands. I mean, that's no question. I mean, he likes playing lots of hands, not that he likes playing against hands.
He could be in a lot of trouble here again.
Bunlar
Stack
bizi
spot
oynatmıyor
ratio
Mehmet
just
abi, nasıl
1.5 to
yapacağız ya?
1. He's actually made middle pair here. Albert obviously has the stranglehold right now, 82% favourite.
Bunun şeyleri var ya.
Albert's going to choose most likely a very small sizing here if check to Hassan. Well, he's just made a very awkward bet for himself again.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he might be tilting here a bit. But we saw a lesson there from Albert that anybody watching could do. Is it's like when you've done that squeeze, that 4-bet pre-flop, and you get that flop, and the guy shoves into you. A lot of players would just go like, "I have a terrible hand here. I have ace high and I have no club." But you just kind of have to think through the situation and not just give up. Ace high on that board is pretty strong.
There we see Albert's going nowhere, of course. We're going to run this here. Albert, 82%. It's a bit like getting it all in with an overpair pre.
And
Can he do a hold?
getting stacked 2 successive hands. Needs a king or a 9. No help there. Does not have a diamond.
Oh! And he spikes the king!
Oh Lord.
Merciless!
Oh my goodness. Oh. He doubles up. Gets his chips back.
Ready to go to his bag for more chips. One assumes the reload was imminent, but in fact,
Wry smile from Albert there. He took it really well, it has to be said. There was no petulance or. But
No,
you can
relax.
see he didn't enjoy that. That
I don't put him on ace.
clearly not.
I think you don't have ace.
I knew I would.
That was pretty funny. I mean, we've all been in those spots where you have, for all intents and purposes, at least in your own mind, completely outplayed your opponent, but the deck bails them out. That's poker, baby.
yeah, not to say that we had an uninteresting first hour. There were lots of interesting pots, but this game is out of the mud right now.
Yeah.
The wheels have come off, the spokes are.
Yeah, a few players are a little
Strewn.
bit emotionally off kilter, and they're starting to do stuff that they weren't doing in the first hour.
That one is this one.
Using this.
What's that card there?
What's it? It's the same.
Oh, he does have a card.
Yeah.
Seat 1.
Hassan going to open things up here with the ace-9.
3 of you.
Big
Oh,
sizing
one as
here,
well. Okay, I
5x
thought
the
it-
straddle.
And you 2.
4 players, huh? 4.
3 players have.
3.
3.
Yeah,
Plus 3. You, Mr. Paul, and him.
San is bulldozing again. Don't know if he's
raised
still a little bit steamy or.
Just 2000, huh? Pardon abi. Okay. Pass.
And Saladin will call with the 6-5 off. A little surprised by that, but clearly feels like he's got a player who might be ready to go off. And well, he has flopped some equity here, up and down. Hassan, not too much to speak of. Not a great board texture either for him.
Sometimes players take a little bit a while for the steam to clear, and even winning a pot like that won't necessarily do it, because you win it in a very lucky style, and you can feel a little bit like a donkey who got lucky. And if you're, he kind of apologized to the table and said, well, I didn't put him on an ace and that's why I called. All of those things, nobody said, well, yeah, obviously you had to play your hand that way. Nobody gave him any consolation at all, so he might be still a little bit steamy.
King of spades here, 3 spades now on board. Action quickly checked over to Hassan, who has the opportunity to fire a second barrel here, one that would probably work now. Saladin, lots of potential on that flop, but no longer drawing to the best possible hand.
It's no run twice, no option, just one time.
Stand-up game. Basically, you need to win the pot.
So it's
If you run 2 times, if you half-half,
Well, as
they usually don't run twice, but I don't know.
You can run twice and first board.
First box.
Yeah,
suspected,
let's go, yeah.
Hassan does fire the second barrel. Pretty good card to fire it on, it must be said. That king definitely more hitting his range than his opponent's.
Yeah.
Usually they don't run 2 times.
But you can ask, it's
we
option
we
to-
can do, of course. We can say like the first board count.
Yeah, of course.
I just want to run it. No matter what.
Me and you twice. Me and you twice. Only unlucky guys. Not even me?
Vika, Victoria,
No, no preference.
No preference?
Only
can I
blood.
get my old deposit?
Oh, and a real hand now for Hassan.
Yeah, he's played by far the most hands at the table. I mean, we're not seeing stats for this, but like nobody else is even close to the number of hands he's played. He's played well
Yes,
over
Sedo.
half the hands.
And Mr. Hassan's turn.
Oh, and Albert with the tempter here, pocket 4s. He definitely wants to play hands against Hassan, that's very
yeah.
clear.
Yeah, for sure.
And in that spot, you may consider playing hands that you mightn't otherwise because you feel like that money is up for grabs in a much greater
No,
sense.
good game.
Yeah, yeah.
1-8, yeah?
Yeah, particularly if a player's willing to launch ace 10, no club on an all club board, no pair, no draw, that can make other parts of the game like set mining more profitable.
Tough to get away for Albert here. He does have an overpair to that 3. Obviously, given how wide Hassan has been opening, he's missed this board a lot, and
Yeah.
your 4s stand to be good.
Yeah, sometimes when people are playing as loose pairs, they focus too much on the fact that they can have anything, including the 9. But the reality is, like, if somebody's playing a super wide range, then they just have more misses than everybody else as well. They have more trash on pretty much every board. So I don't think Albert's going to give up for 1 bet here.
3,100 is the number.
He does have a heart as well, which makes it more tempting to call than if he had, say, the 2 black 4s.
Yeah, this one could get expensive for Albert.
Yeah. It's quite a big bet, though, so... But he is going to call. Can't blame him at all for that.
No.
Hassan will be bluffing here quite a bit. Yeah, Euphrates says I always call it 4-4 there. Yeah, me too, to be honest. Now we just have to see what he does on the turn. 7's a very good turn, obviously, for the 10s, so...
Yeah, it's a bricky one, Dara, so Albert might feel like he could still be good.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is now, if you're Hassan, like, do you want to bet and keep charging those pairs, or do you want to check, maybe let the guy bluff? Think maybe he's floating me a lot because of the recent history. but then your 10s are quite vulnerable. Seven is, as you said, basically a brick.
And Hassan does slow down there, playing a little bit of pot control here, deciding maybe, you know.
Yeah. And Albert's kind of in a tricky enough spot too, because if he does have the best hand, it's vulnerable. Now there is only one card to come, and if he's behind, he's almost dead. So there's two conflicting desires here going on. Not wanting to put money in against the part of the range that you're dead against, but not wanting to give a free card to everything else.
He's kind of gone for that advanced blocker.
Yeah, he's gone for a small bet, which again, like, should fold out the overcard hands that you don't want to give a free card to. Won't fold out a flush draw, I don't think, at that size.
Here's the scary part of firing out a bet such as that against a player like Hassan, who could decide to turn his hand into a bluff some amount of the time.
Yeah, well, I think then you're just going to hold up the flag and say, okay, fine, you can have it.
Yeah.
You have lots of better parts of your range. I mean, you can have the 9 here. You can have, obviously, if you've got pocket 4s, you can have pocket 3s. You can also have pocket 7s.
Absolutely. Well, Hassan really just has one decision, but it's how he makes that decision. I suppose right now, maybe trying to look a bit more agonised. I wonder if he is considering a value raise of some sort here, given how wide he's probably appearing to people.
He might do, yeah, because if he recognises this is an advanced blocker, then Albert's going to check behind him in the river. He's not going to get any more value from that part of the range.
Looks like he does just make the call here for 3,600. So we predict this is going to go check a lot on the river.
Yeah.
Let's see how it does play out.
That river. I'm trying to think who that river favours. To be honest, they both probably check their ace highs on the turn, so.
So now Albert goes from advanced blocker, hoping to charge some hands that are, you know, drawing and could outdraw him. Obviously, could get counterfeited as well.
Put the milk separate.
Yeah.
And now turning his hand into a bluff, then maybe considering on the
yeah,
river.
I think it would have been bad decision against Hassan, who showed himself to be very stationary. Maybe against other players, you could consider that. But yeah, check, I think, was always the most likely line there.
Albert'in canını okudu.
Given these two specific players.
Bunlar çekeri çıkar.
Well, the man centre of your picture has provided us with a lot of action, a lot of entertainment. He is the star of this particular show so far.
Yeah.
You know, he's actually down some money, but, you know, having said that, he's been involved in a lot of pots, and I would not be surprised if he spins it back here the way he's playing.
Wither a little bit.
Yeah.
Brezilya'ya geleceğim.
Yeah, he's down some money and he's won by far the most pots on the
Finland.
table, so
Brezilya.
that tells the story in
You
itself.
know how to work with
Mike Leonard in the chat says Hassan looks like a tortured French artist. Do you see that, David?
December is hot.
such a fish.
Okay. Summer. Okay. Kasım'da
Yeah.
Bunda yaz oluyor.
December, Istanbul very cold.
I know, I'm trying to post it now.
Explain Salani.
Yeah, I explain.
Certainly right now, he is a tortured artist.
Yeah.
He's being tortured by that man centre of your picture, Hassan, who was one card away from being felted for a second time in consecutive hands.
Years ago picture.
Well, I'm pretty sure, just doing a bit of guerrilla maths on this one, Dara, I think Hassan is only down about 8 or 9k for the session, which is quite a remarkable roller coaster.
But it's remarkable in itself that he's down, given that he's won far more pots than anybody else as well. He might have won almost half the pots, and yet he's down somehow.
Paul Newey, King 8 suited, good enough for a 3-bet here now. Straddle is not on anymore, just want to point that out. Albert +2, raising the Queen Deuce suited, Dara. Optimistic.
Very optimistic, very, very optimistic.
But do you know what it is? Albert hasn't won a hand
Yeah, he
in
hasn't won
that
a hand. I
game
was
yet.
literally about to say that. So the game is really influencing his decisions now.
And then maybe doesn't mind losing the hand to Paul, who'd already won a hand. No, Paul hadn't won a
How many
hand.
players?
So Paul tosses it in.
Yeah.
King out of clubs, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Two of you.
Heads up.
Heads
Yeah.
up. Who wins the pot? Three, the other one pays.
So I have to go all in, Axel.
Yes.
Don't want to pay 3,000, you can go in.
3,000?
No,
Three?
4,200.
Yeah, 4,200.
Only.
Only, yeah. Please, instead of paying 4, go in.
Bitince bir daha başlıyor ama değil mi?
Bitince bizim onlara bağlı. Bence her bir yıllık change veya her bir saatte bir tane yapalım. Ya da hep
Looks like a few of them are checking their phones. I wonder if they're actually getting information on
Güzel
all
oyun
hands.
ya bu. Biz el kazanamıyoruz ama.
Yeah, because while the guys have been showing some hands, certainly not been showing all.
Yeah. We're up to 130 viewers in the chat or on YouTube now. Thank you to all who are joining us. Numbers are actually growing even though it's getting later and later, so that's a good sign. Mash the like button if you haven't already. That helps us get the word out that we are currently streaming live on a delay. Salahadin here with the jacks on
And we're noting
A2
here.
offsuit.
Yeah, A2 offsuit
Raised.
has raised.
Okay, I guess that's the
influence of the game
I
again.
know.
influence of the game. Is really he's getting desperate now to win a hand.
Ha?
Worth
Oyunda
noting, a couple of
evet,
these
oyunda
players have
mal
added
oldu.
on quite
Nasıl
considerably,
neyse.
Dara. Saladin now in for 160k.
Yeah.
He was definitely playing roughly 80k earlier, so he's added on in a big way.
4,200 I pay.
Konstantinos, wow. Oh no, he's not. He's
He
letting
said
it
he
go.
would have paid a smaller amount, I
Wow,
think,
wow, wow.
or a bigger amount maybe.
Ah, you have it, bro.
Yeah.
Really?
Give me this 600 what he...
Yeah, it's just, okay, I will pay you guys.
Yeah, 400.
Six for you.
Bari o şey, o beladan kurtulduk.
I won something in that game.
Onda patladı.
Did that even take 15 to 20 minutes, did
You
it?
had a good read that I was going to crush it.
Bir ko-
Abi.
Sağ ol dostum.
No, Salah.
Evet abi 400 lira verin.
Ace
Didn't
nine
like my
suited.
chances.
Yeah.
Hatta dur. Aynen.
Up to day winning.
Now,
Sola. Aman sorry.
Jacks.
Hasan Bey.
You still like that?
Baba, give me 400 pay.
We continue this game, yeah?
It's a flip now.
There literally is.
Guys, we continue this game.
No, not now. I want to go P. Wait.
So Albert and
Yeah.
Konstantinos
Next
are the
dealer,
last two
20
players in the
minutes.
game.
Okay,
For
20
anyone
minutes break, I
keeping
need
track
to-
of
I
that.
think action
Right.
was a little bit better now.
Yeah, yeah,
little
yeah.
bit. Almost the same, right?
No, it's good now. Come on. No, it's much more better.
Disaster to be last heads up and you're out of position. Like, it's killing.
That's an open.
Usually you can't struggle for 5.
Some places you can.
Yeah.
Some places you can.
Var şeyin değil mi? Her şeyin var mı? Çocuklarla mı geldin?
Yok.
Niye getirdin?
Little touchy there from Albert. Little feisty. You know me well, there. I hate to see any feistiness
Oh,
at the
I
table.
mean, it upsets you. Like it's just you're such a
Peace-loving person.
peace-loving person. You just hate any sort of acrimony, controversy.
9 of spades, 3 of spades, 3 spades now on board. Does Albert fire again? It's tough board to fire again on. But also possible. I wonder if he's considering an overbet here.
4,200.
He is,
Yeah.
you
Tell her
know.
about my
Yeah,
tea.
well spotted.
Did you tell her about my tea?
Good
Oh no,
spot
I
for the
told
overbet
her.
here.
I told her. I told her.
She didn't even come yet.
I'm getting.
Give me 1,000.
She did come.
Quick call from Hans.
Relatively innocuous river, I guess.
Quick check from Hans. And now Albert. Bear in mind, he had his overbet, 1.3x roughly overbet on the turn, called very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw a similar spot earlier where the player who'd overbet the turn just gave up on the river because of the fact the overbet on the turn had essentially narrowed the range down to quite strong stuff. But there's still a lot of draws that are missed. Like if you had a one spade hand that picked up a draw on the turn, that's missed. And he is up against, but he does decide in the end he'll just wave the white flag. And Hans wins with a pair of sevens.
Team me out this time. Team me out next time.
Thank you. I could do the bit more, but
How
a
fast?
bit
would-
small now.
And whether it's being outdrawn on the river or outplayed
That I wouldn't
by a
do
wily
instant.
opponent,
I would
it does
think
feel
a
right
little
now
bit
like
and then
Albert's being tossed around like a
I
rag
know my
doll.
guy.
Yeah.
And with that, he's going to sit out a couple of hands, maybe have a little break.
Huh?
What happens usually on the river?
Usually he takes all the time till 1 second,
1 second,
1
like
second left and
I
calls.
think it's like, actually he decides in 3 seconds,
Yeah, but he
Like
just
he's
wants to
calling.
tilt you. Team me out
Yeah.
this hand too.
but he waits for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
until
sitting
the
out.
last minute.
Huh?
Sometimes he even times out.
Yeah, no. Where is Jeremy? He disappeared. From
Here.
Oh, Jeremy! C'est bon, je l'ai renvoyé. Ramène-moi.
He's
It was the order
Big blind, yeah?
Yeah, big blind.
It was an order of 100K, I guess.
wow, look at this open from Paul.
Now will be the real.
Paul, who has probably been the tightest player on the table, but he's showing willingness to open under the gun. And he'll obviously get a lot more credit given how tight he's played.
May well
Yeah,
get it
until
all the
the
way
buzzer.
through.
This might get all the way through, yeah. And it does.
عم
So
يحطوها
playing Irish position, as they used to call it. First to raise.
You had 0 out.
You are supposed to have the strongest
You had
range.
0 out.
Players will fold much more hands to another gun open than any other open. But you have a long way to get around that table.
Maybe you have Queen 5. I don't know.
بعدين فيك تحضرها كلها في
That's a raise, right?
Yes.
So again, under the gun, one of the action seats here, Sinan this time. Just coming in for a min raise with the King-Jack suited. Hands going to pounce on that with the Ace-5 suited, as we discussed earlier, one of the perfect light 3 bets. And Sinan probably has to make the call here with a suited King-Jack. It seems like the price is right.
Yeah, yeah. You don't love it because you're obviously dominated by some of the stuff, but like the suitedness really makes all the difference here.
$54.
He's actually decided to go another way. He's decided to turn it into a light
You start how much?
4 bet.
How much you
Having
start?
a
Which will
break.
often get the job done against hands like Ace-5 suited. So yeah, it's.
28 more.
I think this is a better player. This is a better play against a player like Hans than against, say, a weaker opponent. I mean, obviously, you know, if you 5 bet, you can just fold now. But your 4 bet will get better hands, like, for example, Ace-5 suited to fold.
It's an interesting one here, Dara, because I guess if you're looking at this from a purely GTO perspective, you are meant to have some light 5
what,
bets, even though in reality maybe
going for a
a lot of
break, yeah.
humans wouldn't choose to have too many, and that would be one of them.
Yeah, it's probably one of those spots which again is a mix between fold and
Let's do 10, 15
occasion.
minutes
Like
break.
you actually don't need too many bluffs there because your value range is so narrow.
Costa, tilted, what?
Well, with that, these guys are going to take a little break. I gotta say, even though maybe the action player has been Hassan and we've done a lot of talking about him, two players that have really impressed me, Dara, is Hans and Sinan. Two players who haven't maybe played a huge number of hands, but they've played the hands they've played very, very well.
Yeah, that was. I'm very impressed by Sinan there on the last hand, deciding to turn his king jack suited into a 4-bet bluff. Yeah, they've been the two standouts for me so far.
Well, with that, we are going to take a little break. Please do not go too far away. I think we're back very soon. It might just be 5 minutes. Join us then.
Because it looks very safe. It's ahead of all that too high card hands, the ace kings, the ace queens.
Is that the next one? 3 down.
Yeah, interesting to see now what sizing Konstantinos chooses here.
Yeah, out of position, he doesn't have to go very big here.
So again, a mandatory call for Paul and a pot that's now going to bloat
Yep.
to almost the 10k mark.
Yeah, he has no real choice here to call.
8,500 to be exact here, and yeah, he's probably got a call on a lot of turn cards as well.
Yeah, unless it's a heart because he doesn't have the jack of hearts. That might save him. The queen doesn't look too dangerous. Ace queen is really the only hand that pulls ahead of him now.
Does it play in the mind in this spot, Dara, that ace king obviously forms a substantial part of the 3-betting range here, and that queen is the kind of card that might encourage ace king to fire again?
Oh yeah, I don't think folding is really an option here.
Yeah. So again, I think small enough on the sizing, he's gone just over a third.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe more like 40%.
I mean, you really hate it here now because very, very hard for your hand to improve if it's behind. It needs to hit a 2-outer. And if your opponent's bluffing, he's probably going to keep that going on the river, so you're going to have to buckle in and potentially call a third barrel if you're going to call here. This is actually a very intriguing spot to see what Paul does. Like we're still ahead of ace king, and as you said, like that is a huge part of the range, and it does pick up equity on this hand. And I mean, it's a 2-outer, but if you do hit your jack and the guy has ace king, you're going to win even more as a result of him hitting a straight.
Is the other factor here, Dara, the positions? It's under the gun who's open, so Paul is opened from basically the seat where you're supposed to have the tightest range. And Konstantinos out of the big blind, not going to have too many 3-bets out of the big blind, so actually we can condense his range to fairly narrow stuff. And really, as you said there, I don't think he's getting out of line with an ace-jack, and anyway we block that. I don't think he's getting out of line with an ace-5 too often. You know, so...
Good fold here by Paul.
In reality,
I think
we're up against a very tight range.
I still think he has a decent number of 3-bets there because of the small blind flatting.
Okay.
I think if the small blind folds, yeah, he's going to call standing until you win a hand.
You have to win a hand before the other...
No, I didn't understand exactly what you mean. I will learn in like 10 minutes, okay.
We all standing up.
How much?
Last
How
guy
much
to
will we pay?
1,000 pay each.
600.
1,000?
No, 1,000.
I don't mind, but I think it's a lot.
So big?
Maybe 10,000.
No, it's less. How many were? 7,000.
No, 1K looks so big for
Say
this.
7K, it's okay.
Like 600 is okay.
Like
I
a
think.
third of the
1K is too much.
600 good one.
I mean, it's the same, whatever.
Sinan with the Django's here. Mehmet bottom
It's
pair.
easier to pay 1K.
A little bit of backdoor potential as well.
Oh. You try to go unnoticed? No? Now suddenly
Looks
you're
like he's going to
silent,
go
no?
for a check raise here to try and protect that bottom pair.
Yeah. If his bottom pair is best, it's very vulnerable. he does have some backdoors with the ace as well.
Till you collect the session, then we start.
It's
Midnight.
potentially a better
After
play
Is it
than
600?
check call.
Just as we,
Is it
as we
600
Yeah, and
or 1,000
Sinan
or what is it?
certainly not going anywhere with his
I want
overpair, but the
1,000.
question
I guess
is,
we can
does
vote.
he go for a 3-bet here
600
or
or
just
1,000,
call?
what
Just
you-
calls.
600 is okay, I think.
Yeah, I think 600.
Oh, hello.
Well, it's an interesting card
I
because
think
the
on the
flush
table
gets
only
there.
he won the 1,000.
But obviously,
How do we do it if we don't want
Everyone
to?
is
10-9 gets there as
Give the
well.
cards, you see. Jérém, donne-nous des receipt cards. On va jouer stand-up
So-
game, mais sans se...
The ace-3 is going to
Sans
turn
vraiment
itself
stand
into a
up,
bluff
receipt
here. He
cards,
knows he
c'est-
doesn't have the best hand for sure now, but he can represent that the king has improved him in some way. He's either hit a flush, he's hit a straight, he's maybe hit 2 pairs sometimes.
Yeah, and Sinan obviously with a bit of thinking to do here. Maybe thinking more so into the next street. What will he do if a club comes? How much money can he win if the board pairs?
Yeah.
Is he just good? And his opponent has next to no equity. Hand like Queen 3 suited, Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Oh,
what
wow.
a river! What a river!
Casino Royale.
Oh my goodness! This might go check. The ace might decide he has enough showdown, and the kings may decide he's not strong enough to bet anymore.
Is it? Well, a cruel moment to take you away from that very exciting hand from our last frame. I do recommend you go back and check that one out when you get a chance. My name is David Lappin. I'm here with Dara O'Carney. We are taking you through this very exciting cash game night as part of the Merit Retro series. As you see there, 6 million on screen there right in front of you. 6 million guaranteed over this festival. Well, a good chunk of that has been accounted for in the warm-up. We're going to watch that tomorrow. But we're going to get right back into the action here where this cash game is, let's say, out of the mud. I don't think it was ever fully in the mud, but, you know, might be in danger of coming off the tracks altogether now, Dara.
Yeah, the last start was far more exciting than the first start, that's for sure. I mean, the first start they all played reasonably good, solid poker, which can be interesting in its own way to watch. But the last hour, we've seen some really out-of-line hands. Hassan, in particular, has been a real loose cannon. And we saw that 2 hands back-to-back there. The ace-10 hand, which was really, really unorthodox. First of all, just calling the 4-bet and then just shoving the flop with no pair, no draw. And then he got lucky the next hand to double up after he rebought.
Yeah, let's zoom in on that first one there, the ace-10, ace-king. Clearly a very loose call pre-flop. Left himself with a stack-to-pot ratio of just 1. Very uncomfortable situation with the ace-10 off out of position. And then elected to just sort of lamp it on that board that had the monotone texture. He had none of it, but he decided that was his only way to win, perhaps. But, you know, on commentary in the moment, I thought, oh, this is actually a very tough spot for Hans, who actually made a fool of me because he called very quickly. And Dara, you sort of explained it briefly at the time, but can you give a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, from a Sans point of view, he'd obviously just see he was going to shove any scary flop, but from his opponent's point of view, he just kind of recognized that if he'd hit a flush, for example, on that board, he doesn't do that. And it's one of those spots where you can actually you'll be ahead quite a lot of the time with ace high, because you're beating all the non-pair hands still, and even if you're behind, you will most of the time have 6 outs and have roughly 25% equity. The stack to pot ratio is so low, you only need 33%. So when you add the amount of times that you're already ahead to the rest of the time when you mostly have 25%, it's actually a fairly clear call.
Yeah, and it was one of those dream spots where he happened to be not just ahead, but very, very, very, very far ahead. And obviously that precipitated the slightly tilty next hand where he got it in with the king-9 against ace-jack, only to get very fortunate against Albert, who did seem a little bit tetchy, a little bit put off by the goings-on, particularly because that same opponent took more chips off him about 3 hands later, which always sort of feels like a bit of a rub.
It feels very unjust in those circumstances, but as we said at the time, that's poker. Players are allowed to get lucky.
Indeed they are, and one feels like, well, I think a few of the players maybe haven't made it back from this short break on time, so we might play a little bit of short-handed poker for a couple of hands here. Sinan, who has impressed us, Dara, maybe impressed us more than most.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm honest, I knew absolutely nothing about him going into the stream, but he's been incredibly impressive.
Yeah, very talented guy.
Mike Leonard in the YouTube chat says, "Holy crap, that Bob Marley shirt is great." Thank you. David was actually with me in Vegas when I bought this shirt.
There's a video online. Go to the chip race video from Vegas, and you can watch 3 minutes of Dara buying that shirt somewhere in the middle of that video.
Yeah, I look very enthusiastic.
Actually, do you know who looked very enthusiastic? The man who sold it to you.
He was absolutely thrilled. He couldn't believe.
He had the look of a man who'd seen that shirt hanging on his shelf for about 5 years. Thought no one's ever going to buy that. Well, look at this. Albert straight away decides the 5-4 suit out of the small is going to be a 3-bet candidate. He's made it 2K, and Sinan basically just has to decide what he's going to do next. Maybe 5K, maybe 6K, maybe 7K.
Yeah. Albert has unfortunately picked a bad time to make a move with a 5 high.
Looks like the middle of those options I plucked out. Quick
I like the quick release there as well. Like no posturing, just like caught me. Bottom of range, no decision.
Albert, always looking for information. Did you have it? Did you have me? Can you tell me something? Please tell me some information.
Mike says he actually saw that video last night, and it covers an interesting satellite spot, which is very true. You had an interesting satellite spot that we talked about.
Bugün mü?
Az önce.
Ben yoktum masada.
Az önce.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, we do a podcast called The Chip Race. We have a YouTube channel, and you can go on there. We have strategy videos, and we have a lock-in podcast that we do first on YouTube, as well as the main podcast, The Chip Race, which goes out on all the major platforms.
I mean, he is also a
Look at this, the raise with the 8-5 suited.
It's done. He always considers another option.
What do we do with the ace-jack here, if your hands...
I guess a flat seems reasonable in this spot, but hands always just tend to take the aggressive lines, so...
Yeah.
Ace king suited.
Yeah, and he has done so again.
I feel like you could go either way there.
Yeah, I feel like, and the ace-jack suited as well plays better multi-way, so it's a better candidate to flat than the ace-jack off. With the ace-jack off, you're a bit worried the blinds will come in behind.
Cool.
And Saladin, a man who sort of made a reputation for himself in a very small sample size, it must be said, in the first frame of limp folding and raise folding, is deciding to get a bit stickier here now with the 8-5 of spades. He's playing very, very deep. He added on, and hands, of course, has had a very good session, going from 80k up to 125. So these guys are playing deep, deep stacks.
Yeah. He's flopped a gut shot, and pretty much nothing else. Hands is top pair, backdoor flush draw. So he's going to bet here, just clear out equity. Get called by a lot of worse hands here, worse aces, suited aces that might have taken this line. Pocket pairs that might call one bet, as well as the flush draws, obviously.
Looks like he is going to peel one.
Yeah, can't really check raise here because he won't have too many check raises on this board.
Thank you.
So Hans picks up the flush draw, which might embolden him to bet again, because if he hits his flush, he can then win a much bigger pot.
Yeah, I love betting again in this situation. I feel like you can still extract some value from weaker ace-x. You can protect your hand against the possible club draw.
Club draws, yeah.
You know, obviously we see here that he would be protecting his hand against a less likely to come in good shot, but it's one of those situations where you could decide on some rivers to check back, but you could also be very happy going for value when you make the nuts.
And with just a gut shot, Saladin quickly releases.
No, you have to play.
هتشوف
Okay.
عم جرب عم بلعب هلا
I think 1K.
ايه هلا شوي وبحكيك بس نلعب هاللعبه.
So,
Okay, 1K.
apologies there in your guys.
Yes.
We are
Bin oldu abi.
very aware of the angry conversation between a player at our table and I hope a friend.
Yeah, 1K.
Everybody agrees 1K?
Everybody agrees.
Looks like they're playing another round
Abi
of
ne diyorsun?
prop
Hadi
bet
uyuyacağız.
game.
Yok problem, yok.
Yok problem. Yes, Albert.
Costa,
Yok
1K everyone. Mr. Paul?
Yeah.
Manyak.
There will be a blood for sure.
Hassan, big maniac.
Maximum we pay 7K, right?
Yes.
The maximum.
Let's keep it 600,
Maximum
guys.
penalty is 7K.
600, okay.
600. Maximum he loses 7K.
Same, it's same. What's the difference?
I want to know how much I will pay, that's why.
Kabul ettirmeye şansımız yok.
If that penalty is 7K.
I told you I don't know that strategy.
No, 1,000.
What's the difference?
$400.
I mean $400 for each for this blind. It's okay, 600, right?
600 for me, no problem.
Yalla,
Wait,
600.
we vote, okay? We make vote. Salah Bey, what do you want?
1000.
Mehmet Bey,
6,000.
600 you?
Albert.
1,000.
4 against. No, Mr. Paul is the decision maker. You want one or
I'm happy with 600.
600, I agree.
600? 600?
600.
With the majority, I don't know.
I am the decision maker.
You are the decision maker. Yeah.
So how much we play now?
800.
Wait.
Let's do 800, yeah.
Let's do 800.
It's too much, 1,000 for. I
Hassan,
mean,
make
it,
it.
you know, it make a difference for the loser, but for
Yeah.
the winner, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Okay, 600. 600. I do.
600 is okay.
600. The death
6.
penalty is
Your
4.2.
Okay, 6.
The maximum penalty.
Yeah, max penalty 4.2. No deals. Nobody can deal.
Yeah.
Last two.
Back to the action.
Yeah, they've worked out the terms of this
Seven
round of
deuces
the
is
prop bet
much
game.
Five.
Oh, I don't
Oh,
like that.
this is way better. This is really better. This I think
172, no?
I've seen so crazy things in this game.
Seven deuce, I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean stand-up game I've seen so crazy.
Standard game, maximum you win.
Seven deuce is more crazy.
I mean,
Headache. There's no value.
to avoid 4K, paying 4K, 5K, you go crazy.
Albert likely to fire here, given that he's opened the jack 3 from the hijack.
Here we are.
Good shot for Saladin.
When things going right, fruit.
Yeah, it's pretty
When
bad
things
gut
going
shot
wrong,
though.
baklava.
Compelling price for 300, but yes, can't be loving it.
No, but he's gonna hang on.
Well, neither player loving their holding right now. Interesting to see if Albert deploys another one of those overbets that he loves to do so much. Really put pressure on the 4x and 5x in Saladin's range, particularly given Saladin almost telegraphed that he wasn't loving his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be the factor there.
Pass.
Pass.
Bravo.
Albert didn't overbet, but he did go with a roughly pot-sized bet.
I have to
Yeah.
show.
We have seen Saladin
I have to
hang
show
on
also.
on flops and then release quickly on turns a few times previously, so Albert probably
heavy
picked up
bet.
on that.
As we zoom out momentarily, these guys are getting their cards for their prop game. It's a 100-200 with a 200 anti-game here. We've had the straddle on a few times. We have some prop games that we don't understand, frankly, Dara. There's been a lot of shouting. It seems that the prop
A lot of
games get a
shout.
lot
I
of
think it's
shouting.
I think it's just a repeat of the previous prop game, but they're playing for a different amount.
Even if
And back we come.
But now it's on. Oh, there's a stand-up. Oh, yeah. So I guess it was not. 7-3 pass.
Maniac. Maybe check raise better. No diamond. If diamond one.
Diamond. Kaboom. I mean, what's the difference anyway?
Sinan going to open things up here with the ace-8 off.
Focus on.
Thank you,
Have a
Jeremy.
limited mind.
Oh, now are you focusing on something that has to do with the stand-up game?
6x open, a function of the game that they have just introduced into this. Obviously a great spot to be able to try and get a button raised through.
Yeah.
You juice it up to 6x. So, for the poker purist out there, you're going to see some bet sizings, I think, in these situations, and maybe even some, you know, strange hand choices.
Yeah, it's coming. Winning a hand is so much valuable to you. Has so much value. It basically means you can't lose that game. So you can work out what your equity of losing that game is. I mean, I guess it's just your entry at the start when everybody hasn't won a hand yet. So
yeah, great awareness there by Sinan that.
He's effectively won an extra $800 there.
Yeah, just the fact that it gets round to you on the button is a dream because you know these guys are incentivized to open much wider, and when it does well, you're going to get called by a 2.5 or 3x all day long, but a 6x puts the cat among the pigeons.
Yeah, and when you've had like ace 8, it's kind of it's a double whammy. If they both fold, it's actually a very good result for you, even though they folded worse hands. Because as I said, you've effectively won an extra $800 because of this game, which is 4 big blinds, remember, and if they call, you know that they're calling with a wider range because of this game, and you've used up the pot with a stronger hand than their range.
Well, the straddle is on here. Hans has posted with the Jack 8 suited, lurking. Albert's obviously going to try and pounce on this now with his own large sizing.
Straddle, yeah.
Goes for a almost 3x here with the sixes.
Yeah, it's not a super large sizing here. He probably doesn't mind playing against just one player in position, but Paul, also recognizing that the ranges are wider because of this game, ace-9 suited. Effectively, it's similar to just playing against a single raise, and the suited aces always make decent calls.
It's mine.
And I think we'll see a call from the Jack-8 suited, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely a hand that flops reasonably well.
Yeah, he's effectively the big blind in the hand as the straddle, so...
As you see there, equities are very evenly spread.
And that is an absolute baseball card of a flop. It's very hard for anybody to have hit this flop. So the player with the strongest range, who is Albert, is almost certainly going to have the best hand on this flop.
Yeah, and he has a great reason to bet to protect his hand as well. He actually happens to have an overpair here. He's probably looking to be playing against 4 overcards.
Yeah, you can go very small here because it's just so hard for the other players to have hit. And he has gone for just 1,400. And that gets the job done.
You did. I think I had the best hand.
I fold pre-flop.
Forgot Albert didn't have to show his hand.
Oh, Albert had already won a hand in this game, so
Probably.
he wasn't incentivized to play differently. Although you can play differently because you know the others have to.
Or both.
There's probably another kind of difference.
Usually in this board, deuce to
I'd have
four.
won a hand already.
If you have the pre-flop or post-flop, doesn't
Very
matter.
first one, I think.
Goes with Albert.
I'll bet that I had the best hand on both.
On the flop.
And pre-flop.
It's straddle, right?
Pretty easy bet for Albert there, given
Yeah.
what happened.
Yeah. Any better hand calls you on the flop, and any better
There's a
hand
5K there.
doesn't fold the flop either. Any better hand pre-flop.
Oh, and Mehmet with a very tempting one here. Obviously, the straddle's on the raise to 1,200 from Sinan with the ace-9 of spades, and now the king-queen on the button.
Yeah, that's normally a good 3-betting candidate. That's kind of what the spot is, and he just lets it go. Interesting.
Definitely expected a 3-bet there, I gotta say,
Yeah.
against a hijack.
Yeah, king queen offsuit is one of the best 3-bet hands you can possibly have because you're blocking so many of the stronger hands, but you can actually get stronger hands like fairly weak aces to fold, pocket pairs maybe some of the time.
And you can get flattered by hands you dominate too. There's queen jacks out there, king jacks out there.
Those types of hands, yeah.
Albert with the pocket threes here. He's got a very small flush draw. He's also got just a smidge of backdoor equity to the 2-4. Ace-9 here for Sinan. Doesn't see any reason to go any larger than a single straddle.
Yeah.
And I think Albert must call for that price. No question.
Yeah. With the club, I think.
Maybe even without the club for that price, it's so cheap.
Yeah, and that's an interesting turn now because he's picked up a gut shot and a flush draw, but they're both like.
No, he's got the flush there.
Oh, he got the flush. Sorry, yeah. I thought there was one spade on there. Yeah, he would have had to call the flop. Even with that club. Now, his 3-high flush, which is, yeah. Now he's got a flush and a straight.
Either would win.
Yeah.
Hard to get value here. He doesn't really beat
Şeyini de almış, elini de
a
almış.
huge amount of hands that would call.
Mantıklı.
Yeah.
O maçaydı.
Yeah,
I
and
guess hoping for maybe an ace-king in your opponent's hands might get a little sticky.
Yeah. I think you can go for a tiny bet here, maybe.
He's gone a third.
Yeah. Now, a player as good as CNN might occasionally bluff here.
Trying to work out what hands would turn themselves into bluffs. Maybe some King X that doesn't have a club thinks it can get a fold. 5X, certainly better.
It's super hard to find bluffs in these spots.
I know you bet 3. That's the problem. I know you can bet 3. That's the problem.
I think he showed the offsuit 3.
He showed both in the
Very
end,
strong hand again.
but he did show the club 3 first.
So he's on a roll
I
here.
had a very strong hand on
Won
the
3
flop,
hands
not on
recently.
the turn, not on the river.
Yeah, the
Albert,
With a very good pick.
you have
A very
1000.
decent.
Straddle round?
ace queen.
Is the round straddle?
Why not?
Jack.
Oh, it's a straddle round, is it? We're doing a round of straddle.
Wait. I didn't have any heart.
I didn't know that.
They're doing a round of straddles as well.
One round straddle.
I wish it just came.
We start one
Paul
round.
Newey, I don't think, was made aware of that ahead of time, but he's been told now that he's under the gun.
Yeah.
So it's a straddle round?
Apparently.
Apparently, I'm paying 400 next hand.
That's rather all the
News
time.
to me.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's accepting
They
the
have 1K.
decision there, but not exactly thrilled.
What you gonna do? Hassan, well, he's been quiet by his standards. I think he's taken about 6 hands off.
See, I make your mood better now.
Has he actually been? Has he been at the table? It's a whole new Hassan. But he's got a hand here. Good hand to raise a
Straddle, I
straddle.
get better hands.
Hans is now thinking. It is Hassan, but he has folded a few hands in a row. How good is my 10-9 suited? Decides to just call, see what happens.
Oh,
And that clears out everybody. So these two players have tangoed a bit already. Let's see if we can get a 10-high flop. No, but the 9, he's pulled ahead with his dominated hand.
2 spades for
But
Hassan,
2
though.
spades, yeah, this could, this ain't over, that's for sure. I think we're seeing a probably check call here.
Yeah, Hassan has a very good bet flop, bet turn, maybe give up river kind of candidate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah, I agree completely with that. Our hand can actually bet and get called by a lot of worse hands, like worse spades, gut shots, stuff like 8-7. And then we can get a lot of those to fold the turn if we bet again, but then if we bet, but he's actually decided to check, which is interesting.
I guess feeling like his hand has some showdown and he
Does
can
have
improve.
showdown, but I think with nut draws, you're always incentivized to bet because you can get called by the worst draws.
I agree. I am surprised to see that. Opens the door now for hands to fire out a little bet.
37.
Or maybe a big bet. He's actually
Yeah,
gone.
no, he's recognized now he pretty much definitely has the best hand. A king would have for sure bet the flop. And one of the problems with Hassan checking is he's kind of telegraphed the type of hand he has. Like he's got some showdown, but he doesn't want to put too much money into the pot. So he's.
There are still bluffs in Hans's range here, so it's
Yeah.
27, not 37. Apologies, guys. I did initially think I heard 37. Still a big bet.
Still a big bet, though.
But I think Hassan is beating the bluffs right now, so he's
yeah.
got a call with a hand like this, even though it's a paired
The fact that
board
he can
now.
improve as well makes
Yeah.
a big difference. The fact he can make the no flush on the river. He can be ahead right now, and even if he's not ahead, he can improve on a spade. Like even against a king, he's got like all the spades as outs.
Hassan does play a little bit unorthodox, though. I wonder if he's ever considering a raise here. Not that I would, but he is the kind of player who might.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't like to give up pots, that's for sure. We've seen the station, and we've also seen the bluff side to his game, which are often not found in the same type of player, but there are some players who just don't like losing pots, and so that means they call a little bit too much where they think they might have the best hand, and they bluff too much when they're pretty sure that they don't have the best hand.
Yeah, and in their short time together, these two boys have history already, 2 previous notable hands. And look, there we are, palming some raising chips right now.
Yeah, but
And wow!
That is.
I'm shocked to see that.
I am shocked. Yeah. Particularly with particularly with the prop bet game in effect there as well. And there were a lot of bluffs there that
How was that hand play?
Hans could have chosen there.
How was that hand play? You
Gut
played
shots, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 that aren't strong enough to check call and don't have great showdown, could turn themselves into bluffs on the turn. Or spades as well.
I think he's trying to cover every single player type. Hassan the station, Hassan the bluffer, Hassan the card catcher, Hassan the maniac, and now Hassan the nit.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, not betting the flop was an interesting decision. And then having not done that, he's miles up his range on the turn.
But you play the high roller, no?
Do you remember that book where Helmuth used to describe players in terms of animals?
Yeah, there was the eagle and the hyena.
It was all sorts of
the
nonsense.
ones I remember.
I think, Hassan might be the entire zoo at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
Salahadin with the Django's here. Going to bump things up to 1,400. That'll annoy Paul Newey in the straddle that he didn't want to pay.
Yeah, although he's got 4-2 off. So.
The card you can put in front so we can see.
Sorry.
Oh, they have to put the... Yeah, because that game is actually affecting the dynamics very strongly now, particularly as fewer players have that card in front of them.
Absolutely, and this very much part of the decision here for Paul to defend his 4 deuce here, is he has an opportunity to get heads up.
Yeah.
Little does he know how bad a shape he is in right now. Well, that's a board where you can get away.
Yeah.
Although I do quite like a Celadine check back here. You've nothing to really fear. You want your opponent to catch a pair. I know it's a little bit telegraphed, and maybe the more orthodox thing is just about incredibly tiny.
Yeah. Incredibly tiny is definitely the standard play here because it's essentially just like almost impossible for either player to have hit this board. So whoever had the advantage pre-flop still has the advantage. But a lot of those hands will be vulnerable.
With my hand, it wasn't a difficult fold.
The other player will have 6 outs a lot of the time if you don't have a pair.
Yeah.
And then if you're only going to check your pairs, like you're just telegraphing the fact that you have a pair. So I think the standard way to play that board is just bet tiny with your entire range.
Well, as we begin to burn some midnight oil, Paul Newey taking refuge in what looks like a caffeinated beverage.
Yes, it does indeed.
Wouldn't mind a caffeinated beverage right now myself, Tara.
Making me very, very envious. Yeah. If somebody
I
starts eating ice cream on stream, I'm out of here.
I thought the really annoying moment was when Hassan started like spooning his cup, which was clearly filled with more caffeine, loudly towards us. Sinan has Pocket fours in the straddle, probably doesn't know it yet. Hassan is going to attack that straddle with these ducks. Hands right behind with the big slick.
This is a good spot for him now.
But do you see Hassan ever folding? I don't know. He's just so sticky.
How much does he have behind?
He's got 60k.
Yeah, it's super deep. He can even set mine.
Yeah, not a big raise here, 4k. Somewhat friendly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hassan will. Well, Hassan pre the break was definitely calling here, and in fact had already called and probably had already shoved the flop. But we've seen a new Hassan.
Yeah, more judicious Hassan. Again, same players keep getting entangled. Now, I know that does happen when you're sitting next to somebody at a poker table, but these guys getting involved in so many pots right now.
He has made the call here.
Well, I'd like some fireworks, please, dealer. You failed us, dealer. Although some clubs.
All the clubs, yeah. Are they all clubs or?
They are all clubs.
Okay, and they both have a club.
Yeah, he won't know it right now.
You
But
don't know
Hassan
your tour clubs though.
in the lead.
But this doesn't really. This board definitely doesn't hit the 3-betters range, or 4-better actually in this case.
Now check. Does Hassan take a stab here? That's the question.
Barcelona.
Yeah.
You're in Vegas, weren't you? I think I saw you. Did I see you in Vegas?
Tricky spot.
This is a tricky spot.
We are still ahead of Ace King, but we're not really ahead of anything else. And there's a lot of better hands that hands would just check back as well because of the monotone board.
Yeah. Yeah, if hands has like red aces here, he might well just check them back.
Yeah, there's a lot of complications here. Like our tours are going to be the best hand sometimes, particularly when we're up against Ace King. Sometimes our opponent has a club, and then we want to bet. But sometimes they don't have a club.
This might get the showdown.
Yeah, this could. Yeah, I think.
Very hard for anyone to put a chip in the pot
I think
now.
they both think they have showdown now, so it's probably going check unless hands decides to try and fold out specifically 2s, 3s, 4s, but no.
Yeah.
Check makes sense, and he's.
It's kind of one of those strange ways in which people think about, when you do. We talked about set mining there, but you're always sort of board mining, and you're also sort of, drawing to that kind of run out where your opponent gets a little bit frozen as well. That does happen some small percentage of the time.
Yeah, it's a very, very tiny percentage of the time, though, when you're out of position.
Play any tourneys out there? Did you play any tourneys?
I played the main.
And it probably, to be honest, it probably only compensates you for the time you get set over set.
Oh, the 10k?
Yeah. Both I bought.
They like to play with you, yeah?
Calls everything.
Good game.
Haruf.
They have to call 3-barrel. They
Good
call,
game, bravo.
no matter where they are.
Haruf.
All right, guys.
I call
My sense. I thought I had the best hand.
Saladin in the straddle now.
King.
Who is left? 3.
One hand before you won was Ace King. No clubs, right?
Loose open here from Mehmet. Again, bear in mind this little
You had club.
prop game that the guys have influencing some of the action. Paul Newey, you see that little card in front of his red stack signifying that he hasn't won a hand since this game began, so he's incentivized to try and win one. He's also got a very playable king-queen here.
Yeah. Yeah, we identified King Queen earlier as a hand that makes a good 3-bet, but he has decided to
semi-final.
just flat because he has the button.
And maybe also recognizing that
Semi-final.
when guys have to widen
no,
their
no,
ranges
no,
for the
no.
sake of this game, he
Congrats
actually dominates a
for
lot of that
reaching the
range.
finals again.
Yeah, and an interesting flop now because the ace has hit, but he has a very weak kicker, and the King Queen has second pair and a gut shot. So check is not surprising there, and the ace 3 has now hit 2 pair. He's going to feel much better about his hand suddenly.
Yeah, Paul actually has a very, very strong range here when he calls for the small blind. He only had 100 in. He had to call another 1,200, so
Yeah.
he's pretty condensed.
Interesting decision to check the ace 3 rather than try and extract some value. But he's going to get value anyway because Paul's gone ahead and bet the King Queen. Paul thinks he has the best hand now, and he's trying to protect.
Are you a little surprised by that king-queen bet?
I am a little bit surprised, I have to say. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just clearing that equity, but there's not like the worst hands don't really have very much equity against you.
44.
So we have seen the check raise, and that's one of the problems as well. Now,
And he's basically been clicked, Dara.
yeah, and like he still has his gut shot and his trips and his 2 pair draw.
It may be sort of sending off alarms in the head of Paul Newey here that he's up against a hand like jacks or maybe aces, who may have taken a line such as this. Jacks
Yeah,
would
but
have
even
been
against
instead of
those hands, he has equity because of his gut shot. So this is a tough spot he's put himself into now.
trying to figure out here, and it's a tough problem to solve, what hand checks back flop and click raises turn.
Well, ace 3 is a very obvious one because it's improved to 2 pair. Pocket 3s maybe. And then probably very nutty type hands like king 10. And then in terms of bluffs, hard to know, hard to find the bluffs.
Good fold.
Good fold, yeah. Yeah, he didn't get stubborn even though he had a nut draw there. Gets shown the ace 3.
Bravo,
I feel better about his fold now.
Ace 3 favorite hand, yes.
And I think someone like
Ace
Paul
three
maybe feels comfortable firing out that bet that we put a question mark over there on the turn when he has that internal discipline to let go of the hand to further aggression.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly
I
what
mean,
I
we've
thought
played
it
with
was.
Paul quite a bit. He's super disciplined. I've never seen Paul tilted or
Yeah.
use the head at the table. He's a very emotionally stable player.
Yeah, very even keeled. Lot of experience in the high rollers. Like played that $1 million. Was it a 1-drop a few years back? He cashed that. He final table, came 7th.
Yeah.
Like good old times. I wonder why.
Raise.
What's that?
It's 1K race.
1K.
So Hassan in there with the 7 of clubs and an unknown card right now from under the gun 1. Would assume if we're going to assign some maybe more balance ranges to him, maybe an ace of clubs lurking under there, maybe another 7, maybe a 8 of clubs if he's getting a little fruity.
Yeah. 8 of clubs, 6 of clubs.
And it does bring a call from Mehmet, obviously only the 2.5x sizing.
Well, he's hit a pair, but
Πας στην
Mehmet has
μπιλάντζα,
2
μπάλε.
overs and a gut shot.
One buying action this time.
Δεν το πάει ο παιχνίδι, πάλι πας στην μπιλάντζα.
Yeah, certainly feels like this hand isn't over yet. From what we've seen of Hassan, he will see bet this all day long.
Sam could have a set here, or he can have a pair and a gut shot.
You
so
have to do the needle, yeah.
No, just being straight up.
Oh, thank you.
if he has 7-6, an
You will
8
see
would be an
when you're
absolute
gonna have
cooler. But
Your usual bad week. We're gonna,
what's the Jack 10 going to do here?
I'm gonna make her a life.
Oh, raising chips. No, decided against it. Oh, it is actually. That's a 5k. That's a 6k raise.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guess we're going to find out what Hassan has now. A7 hates this raise,
3.
but the other hands
How much you invest?
are all happy to continue. 7-6, pocket 7s, 8-7.
9-7 of clubs.
I mean, 300 net, 300 profit.
That'd be a fun one.
Yeah, but how much you
That
invest?
would be a fun one, yeah.
I understand.
Well, by virtue of
No, they were so
our
so many
RFID
turns.
reader not picking up this card, it's actually creating a kind of a fun spot for you and I, Dara, here as we play blind.
Yeah.
Basically,
Call from Hassan.
basically I had in all of them.
Yeah, A7 might side
If I
call.
had bought, I would have won.
8-7. Oh,
Wow.
There, look at
That's
that.
a potentially very fun card.
Well, that rules out 8-7 of clubs now.
Through that.
So
7-6 of clubs.
7-6 of clubs
An
would be
absolute
fun.
disaster.
Would be absolute fun, yeah.
Yeah, but nothing
Like
dramatic.
Mancan.
Yeah.
Although he would still have equity against the Jack 10.
The A7 can't really withstand any more
No, the A7
pressure.
should go away now, and the A7.
Unless it's the A7 of clubs. And then maybe
A7
it'll-
of clubs is possible. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Just now into a flush draw.
Well, we are about to find out. Milking the pot here, Mehmet just goes 4k into a pot of 14.5. Bearing in mind he raised to 6k on the last street.
Yeah, given the hands we think Hassan has, not too many of them will actually fold to this size. Like even A7 is probably A7 of clubs. It's unlikely he has A7 off.
True.
So
Pocket 7 certainly can't go anywhere.
Pocket 7 definitely isn't going anywhere. And then 7-6 suited is obviously not going anywhere either. It's a straight. Yeah, so not surprisingly we see the call. And now there are some interesting rivers, and that isn't one of them.
Yeah, Mehmet with the stone cold nuts now. Hassan, regardless of what that other card is behind. We just don't know if he has a hand that might.
What are you targeting here with your bets? The sixes? 6x?
Like, I guess we size small, so we kept in maybe quite a few hands on the turn, particularly against a sticky opponent like
Yeah,
Hassan.
but
Like maybe aces and kings
How many of them
would
are going
call,
to call?
would
Or
play
bu-
as.
Yeah, but how many of them are going to call another barrel now? And what size will they call?
I
think
think,
we
I think given that it's Hassan, I might go for one of the smaller sizes, maybe something around 40%, hoping that he is sticky enough to go with an overpair.
Interesting.
But that's just player specific.
Yeah.
We've gone a little over 50%. I think we've gone something in the region of 60% here. So certainly no quick decision here from Hassan. Six can't really ever raise here, 6-7, so just has to kind of flick in the call and be sad when he gets the bad news.
Yeah. Because Jack 10 is obviously a hand that people play a lot.
Yeah.
So
Ace-7 of clubs has, obviously always had that pair of sevens, but it ostensibly missed. Don't think can pay this bet.
it's find hard bluffs as well in Mehmet's range here. So all of your bluff catchers are kind of
Freddo espresso with ice.
devalued because of that.
Espresso with shake. Yes?
Yeah, that's probably why I might have actually gone for a bigger size here. I feel like only a 6 really should call.
What about pocket sevens? Like obviously it's hard to put them on a set, but like does pocket sevens have a hard time here? You're not really beating any value either, are you?
You're not beating any value. Like you lose to any 6 and also Jack 10, which is very. There's probably all 16 combinations of Jack 10 out there. So. He's playing his own version of the standing up game. Clearly a tough spot for him. What do you think he has? Do you think he does have the 7-6 here and he's actually thinking about
Same
making a
game
fold?
No, I think
Seems
he would have
unlikely.
called by now with the 6. I think
Yeah.
it may well be a set of sevens.
Set of 7 seems likely.
Bluffing this hand, right?
Trying to get a read now, saying bluffing this hand. It's just very hard to find bluffs here though.
Yeah, he might have just flopped it like.
Yeah.
Well,
Tortured though.
while we don't know the other card, we do know there is no card it can be. But certainly some cards present more difficult decisions than others.
Yeah, I think a 6 obviously has to call. But I think even pocket 7s should probably just fold because you're not beating any value. And it's a spot where
Do you
it's
think
very hard to
fives
find bluffs.
never take that line?
No, I don't think 5s ever takes that line, no. Which we've seen very many versions of Hassan tonight. We've seen the Maniac, the Station, the Knit. And we could see any of those still. If he calls them like A7, we are seeing the Maniac / Station.
We'll have to invent a new word for that person.
Yeah, Staniac. And if you fold 7-6, we're seeing the net. So
Clock has been called. I don't know if it's by Mehmet or it's by another player at the table.
interesting. You don't see clock very often in cash games.
Almost never. And it's not an egregious amount of time. Like, it is a while, but
Yeah.
it's not a crazy amount of time either. He does let it go.
He does let it go, yeah.
I see.
Oh, I really want to know your hand. I don't care about the Jack 10.
Yeah.
From this 8, man.
What did
No good
Hassan
play.
give that much time and thought to? Show it.
All. Huh?
We'll never know.
This 8,
Don't tell me we'll never know.
only 8 on the turn.
Good fold.
Only 8 on the turn.
Very good.
So pocket
Wow.
sevens.
It does feel like pocket 7s, yeah. That seems like the most likely hand. Don't think he would have folded 7-6, so.
Lob check raise.
Mehmet check raise.
3 a.m.
Well, confirmation there from our
Can we just
floor
switch the
staff
table
that
when we
the
continue?
live stream will
This
be
is most-
going till half 3,
the
3
chairs
o'clock for
and the
them, but we
table
are
are
on a
the
half
most-
hour delay, so that's 3:30
Yeah.
for you guys. So
I'm leaving at 3.
stick
so I'll
around.
leave
That's
on
the same, right? It's
local time. That's another hour and 20 minutes. So wherever you happen to be in the world, we've got an hour and 20 more minutes of poker tonight.
Yep.
These guys may very well find themselves a table in the room and continue battling away. I imagine
Tomorrow
most of
is
them will
the
be
same
interested
game?
in that.
Tomorrow.
They're saying the game can run every day, but the guys are asking if they stream. I think some of them are quite like being on the stream, so that's probably it.
Yeah, and there may be an opportunity later in the week to have another cash game stream, but as scheduled at the moment, I can confirm, guys, if you are interested to know our scheduling, we are going to be watching the warm-up, the $2,200 Retro Series warm-up event, day 3 and day 4, day 4 being the final day, of course. That's going to be over the next 2 nights.
What do you mean?
Then we're going to do
You
a
are
bit
the
of
only guys
high
in
roller
that.
action, I believe.
But
We're going to have a high roller final day, which should be
Oh,
very
I'm
exciting.
done with this
So
stand-up game.
during the final day of
It is
the warm-up,
unbeatable
we
game.
will keep you abreast of what's going on in
Bugün
that high
işte
roller,
bitiyor
because that will be
sonuçta
feeding
masa.
into our narratives for that day.
Orada
I
diğer
think there's a
tarafta devam
gap day, and then
edebilirsiniz
we're back
oyuna.
for the
Cannot to
main event
play
4 days
5K
in a
every
row.
1 hour.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you say we, you're not
old
including me
Costa
because I'll be
would
home in
like to
Ireland
play
then.
2K.
But you'll be watching, Dara.
But I'll be
Stand-up
watching for
game.
sure, yeah.
The new Costa is going.
We can play stand-up game like
Making fun of
$50 max.
my poor analysis in your absence.
I'd never do that, David.
Why they charge, Sinan, Sinan, why they charge so cheap, like a promotion?
So Albert has definitely topped up here, 141k. So these guys have added chips that are stacked. We never got sort of notification of that, but we've spotted it in the graphics. So there is.
Tomorrow we want to start
Yeah, it's a lot deeper now. Well, I guess with the straddles going on and other profit aspects, these guys maybe feel like they want to gamble a bit deeper now.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about Paul Newey's pallor there. Just kind of a little, because I'm familiar with it, he's starting to look like me.
He's starting to look like you.
When
He's
is-
also
when is
starting
the
to
high
look
roller?
tired to me as well. And I think Paul might be similar age to me, so I'm completely sympathetic to that.
Kissed by the Cypriot sun this afternoon, I suggest.
Yeah, he's very, very red.
I feel you,
Where
Paul.
you fall. Gallops.
Seen
Gallop.
things that
I posted a photograph there to my social media today of a picture of my back. Did you
Yeah.
see it?
I did indeed.
It's not a healthy colour.
I was so stricken by it that I sent it on to my wife, and her comment was, "He is completely crazy."
Yeah. And you know what? I had factor 50
They don't
on
need maybe
twice.
here.
I played factor 50 twice in the space of
But
three
why
and a
did you
half
take off
hours.
your shirt?
Why
That's
did I take
the
off
real
shirt
question
at all?
here.
That's the real
Nobody
question.
wanted to see
I was in
that.
the swimming pool when nobody
There
wants
was
to see
absolutely
it.
no
At
need
least
for
for
it.
you, very
That's
easy
true.
to decide. Once he folds, you just play your hand.
That's
So Mehmet here with the pocket sevens, facing the straddle. Hans does have a hand you can definitely defend.
Absolutely.
The old 6-4.
These hands kind of interact with one another too, so we
Yeah.
could have a fun board.
Yeah, there are some
chance.
fun boards for sure. That's near enough. The sevens are going to feel reasonably good about this. Only one overcard, and it's not a particularly threatening one. The jacks and the 6-4 has hit a bottom pair on a board that's hard to hit.
Okay, I have a question for you because these are trouble boards for me, Dara. Jack 5-4 monotone here. I have bottom pair. I have a kind of a back door that has some potential as well.
Yeah.
Can I give up on this board?
No, you're giving up too much if you do that.
I have to get sticky on this board.
Yes.
Potentially drawing dead already.
Yes.
Well, or almost dead.
And on some runouts, you can also turn your hand into a bluff as well.
True that.
Because it's very, very hard to find bluffs, for example, on 4 flush boards. And this type of hand can sometimes do that.
Do you always need some backdoor?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Just a single pair here is not good enough.
Well,
now the sevens have turned a straight flush draw?
no. Oh, no.
No, sorry, the six
straight
is a spade. Sorry,
yeah.
Just a straight draw.
And the 6-4 obviously has made 2 pairs. So hands into the lead here, has the check mark, and probably has a green light go for pursuing value. I imagine he will go for something between half and 3/4 pot. Seems like the kind of amount that could target a jack well. He may also think that the king of clubs could be in his opponent's hand, and that might...
That might bet itself,
need a
though.
call.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. I'm not surprised he's taking a lot of time here.
I'm going to punt for something between 7 and 8k is the bet size.
Right.
Commentator's curse, you're not supposed to do this. When he does something else, then you have to go explain why you didn't do what you did. But I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. You've nailed it. 8k exactly. David's now doing a lap of honor of the commentary booth.
Yeah.
And that does put the sevens in a tricky spot.
Yeah. I am the Bill Header meme right now as I finally got one right. Interesting for Mehmet, it must be said. Obviously, his opponent could have a 1 club hand, might have the 8 of clubs in his hand,
Yeah.
just be going for it.
Yeah.
Obviously, doesn't beat any value at this
No,
point.
beats no value. So just how good is your bluff catcher? You're blocking some of the 1 club hands.
Yeah, you're blocking the straight,
Blocking the straight, yeah.
so it's a good candidate to pitch for those reasons.
Yes.
And Mehmet looks like a man who's about to pitch his hand. Last look back. Au revoir.
Yeah, good fold. Worked it out in the end.
Yeah, well played from both players there. Certainly a board we did say ahead of time how there was run-outs that could interact with both. We happened to get one of those.
Yeah.
Hans having a very good time of things, of course.
3 black 2 times. Plus
Gained
3
notoriety
times.
a few
yeah?
months ago in that Hustler $1 million game. We don't need to talk about that too much because those guys get enough press and enough viewers anyway. But it was
I've never heard
He
of
won
them,
the
I have to be
pot.
Yeah, I've
honest.
never heard of it. Yeah, quite
He
right.
probably bluffed just because he lost the
It was
6,000.
quite
He's trying to get it
extraordinary
back.
game.
I
They
think
got
that-
people to
that
buy in
would
for
be
$1 million
really-
each, and it was deep
Queen's pass.
stack
Yeah.
poker. And he was one of those
Good
people.
pass.
Good.
So no stranger to high stakes.
Queens?
Yeah.
Your queen. Your
Queens.
queen.
Queens.
Queens.
9-9.
No.
Paul Newey now with an opportunity to
Seven.
open things up here in an early
7-7.
position.
Yeah, I know something.
Yeah, Paul's been most active from early position actually, and
I think he still has that card in front of him, so maybe there might be like heads up or three-handed in that little side game of theirs.
yeah, does have a legit opening hand here.
Oh, and Hassan in the small with the pocket eights and hands can probably let this one go.
7-7 would be a good shot.
Albert, on the other hand, much better price here in the straddle. Looks like he's gonna toss in the 1100. That feels a little dicey three ways. Heads up, maybe
Yeah,
it's easier.
Queen 10 off is a much better hand heads up than three-way. You're likely to be dominated.
He'll flop best, but again, hard to know that you have.
Yeah.
He was praying that I don't
Does
see it.
Newey fire a C-bet on this board that he's completely whiffed?
Yeah, this is
No.
one of the worst boards for him because there's two high cards that he doesn't have and he has nothing.
Didn't notice.
Does Hassan now try and pounce on the opportunity to bet first in a pot where no one's shown too much interest?
The problem with betting is that like you just mostly fold out the hands you're ahead of anyway. You're not going to get a king or a queen to fold at least to one bet. So.
And then Albert's probably just happy with showdown. So
Yeah,
this one could
Albert's
end up check down all
Albert's
the
definitely
way.
trying to get to.
Oh no! Oh no! Newey with almost no equity.
Yeah, this is.
Strange to bet on the 6 here.
What's the size? This might be just a clean-up bet against like 10-9 and some other random cards that have equity.
Well, we mentioned how hard it is to realise for Albert here. 3 ways,
Yeah,
Queen
just
10
feels
off, and
gross
now,
now.
this is exactly why.
You're losing to a better queen, a king, or a 6, and 2 players have put money into the pot.
Yeah, players with 7% and 5% equity have put money in the pot, and you sitting there with 88% do not know where you stand.
Yeah.
And that is awkward.
Yeah. And you're only really like the 10 might not improve you. The 10 almost never improves you actually to the best hand if you're behind right now. So if you're behind, you probably just have 2 outs.
Now, is Albert ever thinking, neither of these guys have a 6? Can I raise here, use my queen as a blocker? That's what he's done, Dara.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I wouldn't rule out a 6 completely though. Like, I mean, I think they could both have a6 suited. So this feels almost like an old-fashioned raise to find out where you are type bet. San, he's sticky, but I don't think he can call here. Maybe Albert just figures that as the big blind, effectively as the big blind, the straddle, who is the big blind, he has the most 6x.
Yeah.
I think Hassan is sitting there like looking at all those draws, the spades, the jack 10. Thinking like, what does he really have that checks twice? And then when it goes bet call, decides to raise. Does eventually
does let
fold.
go.
Yeah, fold under protest.
Creative stuff there from Albert.
Yeah, I mean he had the best hand, as we know, but yeah, I think he didn't feel great about calling, but he decided his hand was just below the call range, and they can often be your best raises. So.
So it looks like the 2 men in shot there, actually. Newey and is it Konstantinos have those little cards in front of them. They may be in a heads-up battle right now. I can't see anyone else with them.
Yeah.
Bear that in mind here when you see how these guys proceed, because there is side action on the line. They are incentivized to take down these pots.
Yeah. Oh, and Konstantinos has 10s under the gun.
And Paul very incentivized to get involved here if they are in a heads-up battle.
And the straddle is obviously not in effect anymore, so.
No.
And the ace-2 suited. Is that ace-2 suited or ace-2 off?
No, it is ace-2 suited, but again, Paul and Konstantinos, I think, are the two players left in that side game.
Well, ace-2 suited is a legitimate call anyway, even without that. So, with the additional equity of that prop bet game, that makes it an even clearer call.
Even from +1?
Yes.
The flat +1? Wow.
Suited ace in general, like it's probably not quite correct, but like it can't be too far off. Certainly ace-5, ace-4 would be fine. Ace-3, ace-2 are a bit mucky, but.
And Albert now with a very compelling call here, getting a decent price, suited, connected in that barely connected way we spoke about earlier, Dara. And maybe plotting larceny here because he suspects Konstantinos was going to open wide here and that Paul would flat, so that they're almost like the deadest money
that's exactly
they
what he's
appear
done,
to be.
yeah.
We'll be on for
Pure dynamics here.
Now Konstantinos is a real spot because
they're deep.
Yeah. Guess he can just flat here.
Yeah, and that would probably bring Paul in,
Yeah, Paul can flat then.
even though he's shallower.
Yeah, but he still has a suited ace, so.
And he needs to win this hand.
Or Konstantinos not with that
This
hand.
hand?
Through that.
Yeah, I don't know. No? Okay.
But
He's gonna
Ooh, he just
hope,
has
he's gonna
go.
hope that Albert does the dirty work for him.
Yeah, that's
And Hassan gonna get in the mix here with 5-4 offsuit, Dara.
yeah.
Gamble
So
time.
the second best hand folded.
Albert with the betting lead. That could be crucial. He has made a pair. Konstantinos can't go away with the 10 of spades in his hand in particular here. Obviously, just looking at one overcard.
Yeah, it's actually a very good flop for the 10s. And the board shouldn't really hit the 3-betting range too much, or the squeezing range.
Yeah, it feels like Albert's going to come with a continuation bet. Konstantinos just a call, and then we will get heads up to the turn, unless Hassan
No,
does
I'm not
something
surprised
wild.
by Albert's check there, because basically that's not his board.
Okay.
And he can just check and see what happens. If it checks true, it's not a disaster for him at all. He preserves his equity.
Well, Hassan now. The
mean,
door
Hassan
has
literally nothing.
opened.
Yeah.
We know it's
The
not
door's
really open,
but, like, there's so many hands here that are check calling you. So this would be very ambitious. But
Look
he's
at
a very
what we're
ambitious man.
seeing.
He's going for it.
Wow. And it's a big bet, Dara. My God, it's a huge bet. 10-6 into 13K.
Yeah. Quick release with the 9, which is definitely correct because hand just can't take.
Wow!
Full as well.
What have we just witnessed?
That's pure,
Hassan!
that is pure position there. No, it's somebody else's. Why are we seeing the
No,
turn?
I think we got.
Oh, they just rabbit hunted.
We asked for a rabbit. Don't know who asked for that rabbit.
So he actually hit 2 pair on the turn.
Yeah, he doesn't really
Who
mind
did?
about that.
Albert?
No, Hassan.
Hassan had no pair.
Oh, sorry, there was no 4. Oh, yeah, there was no 4 on the board.
No, no.
Right.
Hassan was no there.
He took it.
You thought it was minor
got the flop
larceny.
and
That was
everyone
major
folded.
larceny.
Fold, fold, and he
You have to
fold.
keep the game.
Raise, call. I folded.
Okay. Floppy
Jack,
bets.
Jack 9-3, Jack spade 9 spade.
Well, that
Three
was the
diamonds.
most upside down hand.
That was very upside down, yeah.
Fold.
Maybe.
2000.
How did the 10s not get sticky one time?
Yeah, the 10s, I think. I mean,
Police.
particularly with, just the back doors, like the double-sided back door as well, like king, queen, queen, 8, 8, 7, all make straights. So
Bari oradan bir ekmek yiyelim. Bir şeyler olsun.
Tiltle şekeri.
Maybe a little bit tiredness now. They're just playing a little bit more.
The straddle round finished, no? But we continue now.
Well, the straddle, well, there was no straddle last hand, so.
No, Straddle's on again now with Paul going to 400.
Wow, so
I wonder if Paul thinks that strategically benefits him in that game to be in the
Forgot
straddle.
about the stand-up.
Maybe there's some. I don't have thought it through, but just
No, it's
brainstorming here on the spot.
It's 2:30 here. I'm not going to try to work that one out.
Good. Good.
So it is Jack. Gutter for Mehmet and a pair for Hassan.
Almost triple.
We could see anything here, really, couldn't we?
One more diamond.
After that last hand, we absolutely could see anything.
Double, triple.
Hassan, triple barrels.
No, he checks this time. He's got something. Paul will start to feel better about his hand now. Oh. Drill the gutter. The queen's a bad card anyway, obviously, for Paul, because it doesn't have to be the gutter for him to fall behind.
That's Mehmet's. I have the nuts.
Yeah. How do I get paid here?
Surely someone has some of it.
I'm going to have to bet.
He's very sad when he gets 2 folds.
Yeah, Hassan lets it go quickly.
He's right.
Paul.
I mean, the problem is that the 10,
Still
the
alive.
bare 10, which is the only thing you're beating, but like
Ace 10
the
again?
2 bare 10s are ace 10 and 10-9. So, yeah, he shows the nuts ruefully.
King of gotcha.
Hot, I
I never seen myself.
King.
So there is a straddle or not?
No
Gotcha.
customer.
Come.
It's optional.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Hadi Allah.
mean, I never seen you like suck out and all in.
Very strong. Good night.
Sinan sen aldın mı kart?
Evet, I usually try not to put the money behind that. Why maybe?
Yeah. Unlike some others.
Aldım abi aldım.
Bravo Sinan.
I've seen him suck out
Hello.
so many times. It's just because he always put it behind, so it's just like bound to happen.
It finally.
So,
Excuse me.
we still have that game in effect between Konstantinos and Paul Newey.
We do.
You have 100, right?
Oh, Albert. Eyeing up the deep stacks of Celadine and Hans, the 2 players already involved in this pot here. He doesn't cover Celadine, but almost does, and he does cover Hans. He's got a suited connector and thoughts of a 250k pot there.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's gone for the
Pass.
cold 4 bet.
And given the hands we see in Celadine and Hans's hand, probably just gets it through.
Yeah. Yeah, neither are hands you want to call a cold 4 bet with. Gets 2 quick
Only a
folds.
small card.
Can't show a bluff.
I don't think he ever tells the truth.
Can you get me some more money if I...
Yeah.
Not even
cancel
accidentally and
lots of-
randomly.
Right?
Both were
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah.
Can't show a bluff.
Both were really good.
Well, he can also be just saying, I can't show a bluff, I don't do that.
Yeah, that's
Way,
true.
way
yes.
better.
It's an ambiguous statement.
We zoom out
Can't be
momentarily.
showing bluffs here.
Love that wide shot. Love that set that the Sherhan guys put up there.
Wondering where you were going with this, David.
I just appreciate the crew, appreciate the production values. Still want to know. Actually, do you know what? I take it back. I
getting
want to
green
know
now.
what Hassan had in that hand. I want to know what that other
Pocket
card
sevens.
was. Pocket sevens.
Fairly sure.
The one time the RFID reader let us down, it was one of Hassan's cards.
It made the hand far more interesting, though,
no,
because you
okay,
had
only
to
for
think
you.
about all the likely 7s he had.
You will see on stream this hand, really good hand.
Paul has the
Right.
9-4 suited.
Reminded me of
and a
someone.
burning desire to win a hand soon. So that's why we see the call here with the 9-4 suited.
I hope that burning desire to win a hand will not end up in him being red-faced.
Just took it all back, huh?
I think he's
You're
currently
still down
red-faced, but
down to.
for a different burning reason.
Newey top pair here. He's got
Yeah, top pair and
diamonds as well,
backdoors as
backdoors.
well.
Pass.
Sinan going to probe away here with his bottom pair backdoors.
Yeah. Quite like this actually because if your opponents have missed completely, you clear out a lot of equity, and if they have something better than yours, they're going to just call a lot rather than raise, so you're going to get to see the turn card. He does pick up some equity, not very much, but he now has a gut shot going for him as well. Is that enough to keep firing and maybe try and get an 8 or a 9 to fold?
Yeah, Newey definitely won't have wanted to see a 10, a jack, or even a queen there on the turn. They're the sort of hands that some stuff is overtaking him, but it looks like he's going to take the betting lead.
Yeah. Paul seems to bet turns a lot. This is something I'd never really noticed about Paul's game before. But we have seen some spots where he's gone for turn bets where most players wouldn't.
Probably just takes it away from you if you're Sinan now. Like you said, Dara, you picked up a card that helps but doesn't help hugely.
No. And if your opponent is good enough to keep bluffing, you're not going to win. But no, he's going to get sticky here. He does have a somewhat nutty draw with a 10. And then his 5 and his queen will normally be good as well. And there's the 5. The 5 is the drink card. Because that just looks completely safe. Now what does Paul do? Does he block bet? Does he check and then evaluate?
Like, I guess he can target an 8 for a really small bet.
33.
33.
Don't really know what that bet achieves.
It's, yeah. I think he didn't want to block bet because he didn't want it pounced on, but now he's put a little bit too much money into this pot.
I wonder if he's thinking of, like, I'm sure he theoretically has to raise, but like, if he does, what kind of sizing can he go for? Maybe he can just call sometimes. 33. I feel like if Paul goes bigger than 33,
no, I think
Paul makes it like 5k, you can probably just call, but 33 you probably have to go over the top.
Yeah, there's stuff like Jack 9, Jack 8, which improved to 2 pair on the turn that might have then decided to start betting.
You
Even
block
Jack
Queen
10,
but 6-7's out there.
yeah, I think
10,
you've just got to
7's out
assume
there.
your opponent has a Jack and maybe has 2 pair, and ask yourself what size those hands will call.
11.9.
Yeah, so that's what's. I
11
think
now.
that's what's driven that sizing. He's just thinking, okay, he's got a Jack a lot of the time here, and this size puts him. I mean, his 2 pairs definitely have to call, and then it puts stuff like Jack 10 in the bin now.
Funky line from Paul's perspective. And he tries
Yeah.
to break down Sinan's range.
Yeah, I think the weakness of the line was we can actually see what's happened. The call on the turn, and then it just put him in a horrible spot on the river. When you look at these spots in solvers, you see the solvers very rarely take the lead out of position.
So reviewing the hands, Sinan fired 600 on the flop. Paul called. Paul then led the jack on the turn. Was called, and then bet roughly half pot on the river when the bottom card paired, which of course made Sinan trips. He's raised it up to 11-9 now, and Paul just a bit conflummoxed.
Yeah, yeah. The whole hand is kind of unorthodox because of the turn action. It's just like, how often is the river raise a bluff? Like,
Yeah, and he's just thinking in his mind, he's like, well, if the guy is a jack, he just never raises. He just calls.
Yeah.
So, and that was the most likely hand that would have me beat.
yeah.
So
Queen 10, 6, 7 are all possible, and then there's obviously the 5x as well, and there's the it's just
pre-flop action. I think pocket eights
just
would
be
have raised if
weird
you're
spot
seeing
to bluff like as well. Just Paul has shown a lot of strength here, betting the turn and then betting quite a decent size on the river, not even a blocker bet. So it would take real balls to go for a bluff here.
What I think is so interesting about this one, Dara, is that pro B bet, that sort of backdoors Queen 5 bet on the flop, has actually made this very confusing as it's run out now and gone in this direction. But he does make the fold. Paul, disciplined as ever, gave that one a lot of thought.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I don't have 8-9.
Yeah, he made the right decision in the end.
Didn't
I
have
think he
much.
probably lost a little bit too much money by betting the turn and betting the river, but
It could have been good.
he's still saying that he could have been good, so he's still suspicious.
No, I didn't have that.
Yeah, one feels like, given the turn river, he was supposed to lose chips on one of those streets, not both. As we take a quick glance at that lovely Merit Poker 2023 calendar, of course, zoom in there in the August segment. We are right in the thick of it, 6th through 17th. It's still available. There's still plenty of time to get out here and play the high roller, and of course the main event in the later days of this festival. And then looking into the future, of course, we've got October 11th through 22. That's going to be the PokerStars EPT, first time EPT has ever been to North Cyprus. Very much looking forward to that. And then November, December, the Gangster Series. That's going to be a fun one as well. Of course, these series always themed so nice. Dara, you were here before as well, when they get all dressed up. And the dealers look amazing right now in the retro gear too.
Yeah, you seem to have a bit of a gangster fetish, and one of the phrases I hear you use quite a lot is gangster value, which is your word for thin value. So I think it would be fitting to see you here as a gangster. Maybe as like a fat mafioso rather than a sleek, stylish gangster. But
Always with the fat jokes. What I will say though is that when the Western Series was on, I did enjoy getting the opportunity to don a Stetson. I think if there was some garb going for the Gangster Series, I might try and get myself I don't know, Bugsy Siegel, Bugsy Malone, just
Bugsy Siegel, yeah.
Babyface Finlayson. What are the other bad guys?
Who are the fat guys?
Stop! He's so cruel, guys.
Tony Soprano.
I do not look
Marlon Brando.
I do not. I neither have Tony Soprano's height nor girth.
Marlon Brando.
Well, what year? I'll take no. I'll take. I could have been a contender on the waterfront. I'll
That's
take
not
that.
a gangster movie, though.
No, but I'll take Marlon
He's a
Brando of
boxer
that
in
shape.
that. He's
Don't
a
you?
boxer.
Don't you Apocalypse
The
Now,
Godfather.
Brando me.
No, The Godfather. Make you an offer you can't refuse.
He wasn't too big for the guy.
It's around the same time he was quite big. He just disguised it better.
They weren't. He had cotton wool in his cheeks. They weren't his real cheeks.
Yeah.
Eyes down. We have a hand in progress. Paul Newey versus Hans here.
Paul really wants to win a hand now.
Poor old Paul's had a tough run of things.
It's a good start to the flop, but let's see if it continues. Yeah, just one overcard. Jack 8-5. Like a really dynamic board. Like there's so many draws here. There's the diamonds. There's 10, 9, and 6, 7 are open ended. There's any amount of gut shots. These are among the most interesting boards because there's quite subtle differences between, say, Jack 8-5 and Jack 7-5, and then whether it's two-tone or rainbow. Well, Hans has fired out a bet, and Paul finds a fairly easy call, and he's now turned open-ended. But Hans has picked up a double gutter. King or a 9 both make him straights. which actually makes this tricky spot now out of position. He has showdown. He has a strong draw. But he has to ask himself, what are the hands that called me on the flop, and which of those hands can I now get to fold on this specific turn card?
Yeah, probably just a good turn to check back, right?
Well, he's out of position, but yeah.
Who hands?
I think Hans is out of position, isn't he?
No, Paul's got a button.
Paul's button, yeah. Oh, you mean for Paul to check
Yes.
back? Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think, but Hans has to decide what to do, whether he wants to bet again or check. Yeah, I think Paul will definitely check back. Although Paul has bet turns in a lot of spots where we expected checks, so that's not. But he does check this time. And the 6 of diamonds. Okay, so the club the flush gets there, the diamonds.
Hans does have the relevant blocker here.
9-7 was already there, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, he does have the nut flush blocker.
One feels he'd have to go on the very large size if he chooses to try and steal this one away from Paul.
Yeah. I'm expecting this to go to check.
The check back of your hand to just see if you have it.
Yeah. The check back, yeah, I mean, unless you're acting, the check back makes it less likely that you have the flush, because if you have ace queen of diamonds, you tend to know that you have ace queen of diamonds. But if you have ace queen with 1 diamond, you tend to be less sure whether you have the ace of diamonds or the queen of diamonds.
So exactly pot here from Hans, who is turning his hand into a bluff here. Obviously the ace of diamonds, the really important card in
Paul's
this
in
spot.
a tricky spot now, but he does have that additional equity of the prop bet game, which should make him a little bit harder to bluff.
Oh, good point, Dara.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an extra level to this one.
Yeah. That.
And Paul will be very much thinking about hands like ace, queen, ace, king with a diamond.
There's a lot of stuff that is missed here now. Yeah, so.
He's a good hand reader, Paul. We've seen him make some big
Yeah.
folds.
And the size,
they were
like,
right.
you don't really expect a jack or a 10 to take this size. I think he might be about to make a great
Sniffing
call
this
here.
one out.
Yeah.
Paul Newey, big moment here.
Yeah, I think calling and winning because of the game they're playing wins him an extra couple of grand, so that actually increases his pot odds as well.
I wonder to what extent Hans was aware of that game factor when he thought about it. He might have been too fixated on his own situation. Who knows?
Again, it's a horrible spot he finds himself in. It's like, again, it's pure bluff catcher, but Hans' line doesn't make a ton of sense.
Paul's wondering how often does Hans not bet with the flush draw on the turn. Maybe if you had a hand like the ace of diamonds, 10 of diamonds.
Let's make it fun,
That's
Paul.
the kind of spot where he mightn't bet.
Yeah.
He might just...
I'll let you choose a card.
Oh, hello.
That's interesting talk.
Let's make some good TV.
Okay, so...
So I'm going to tell you I have queen 9, or I'm going to tell you that I have a flush.
Yeah.
I want to see the other card. He's going to find the call. I feel like Hans almost sensed that Paul was going to find the call, and then it's got to be in Paul's head now that he looks like a caller.
I remember I think it was Mike Carroll in his book saying that if you think the guy's going to make a call and you really want to fold, you can. It's just like a Hail Mary.
You're just throwing it.
It's a free roll to try and throw a spanner in the works.
I think that will actually tip Paul over the edge here to a
almost
call.
called until you said that.
Exactly. And I think he knew it.
Yeah.
Hans knew it, and he went for your Hail Mary, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, showing his experience there. Recognized his opponent was almost certainly going to call, and.
But surely that reinforces the decision now to call for Paul.
Yeah, I think it does. Like, if you, well, again, it comes down to whether you think your opponent knew that you were about to call or not.
Okay, I'll see one card then.
Oh, wow.
If the offer's still open.
Sure.
Oh, why not take the info?
Nearest one to you.
This one.
Yeah.
Queen of diamonds.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Aces.
No, but that would also be the one that he would bluff with.
That's
so
the,
it
that's
doesn't
the,
really
that is by far the most likely bluff card. Yeah.
So now he's like, okay, well that tells me that I have to think of, well, okay, he could have the
Wow, this
ace
is
nine of
fascinating spot
diamonds.
now because of this. Yeah.
He could have the ace nine of diamonds, but probably that hand bets again on the turn. Ace 10 wouldn't. Ace 5 wouldn't.
Ace queen of diamonds.
Ace queen of diamonds wouldn't.
Ace queen and ace nine are essentially the same hand.
Yeah. Oh, fascinating one to break down here.
Yeah.
Absolutely loving this.
Yeah. This
Late
is
in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's such like this is the obvious bluff card, but it's also the one
Nine of spades.
that all the flushes contain.
Bad fold.
That was a tricky spot.
He chose that.
Yeah, I think Hans might have got a fold
Yeah,
there in a spot where he wasn't going to get one by his improvisation there.
If he sees the queen, does he fold? Does he call?
nines.
And I think if that's the
Bad
case,
fold.
Hans just thought,
Bad
I'll take a
fold.
coin flip that he finds this ace of diamonds.
Him declaring the card that has the queen of diamonds was
Nine's no
interesting.
diamond.
He's also playing the
Nine's no
stand-up game, so
diamond.
he's
You don't
Yeah,
play?
yeah.
can have.
Yeah, it's a tough, really.
Still alive, Sinan, still alive.
Ghost like you.
Still alive.
Fight hard.
It's unbelievable.
You fight really hard. I admire.
If he didn't know which the card, what the card was,
Or
whether it
maybe
was the
we
ace or the
fight for
queen,
you.
and he says queen of diamonds as he turns the card over, and
Thank
it's the
you for
queen of
offering to show me
hearts,
one card,
or
but
whatever suit
probably
it was,
cost me
Yeah.
20 grand.
then he's
I'll see the other one, I probably call.
Yeah.
well, his
But I
opponent
don't think
knows
you
he
have
doesn't have a
maybe
flush
it's
now.
Anyway.
It's even worse. Like the
But
guy holds the guy
He might
doesn't
think,
care and shows the
well,
queen
he
of
knew he had
spades.
one diamond and he thought it
That's
was the
also
queen of
tilting.
diamonds,
Like, how
but
you
it was
can
actually
call
the other
seeing
card
queen
was
of
diamonds.
spades.
So yeah, it's
Queen of
there's
spades is
levels on
probably
levels
harder.
there.
There really
Harder
is.
also.
Yeah.
Fascinating
I
stuff.
thought it was ace nine.
No, but I can have like queen nine, right? But he has nine,
Yeah.
so that's a problem. I don't know.
That's a big problem. When you're blocking the hell out of queen nine.
Him
Yeah.
having nines make it good.
If you have nine of spades, you're drawing dead.
Yeah.
That was that was fascinating twist at the end. Already a very interesting hand, but
But it's Danny that he can.
fascinating
Yeah,
twist
he
on
can
the
have
end.
queen nine off.
I don't know about queen nine now.
I don't think he'll. Queen nine off.
Aside from Paul,
Still alive.
Cypher
as
ball.
everyone continues to do a post-mortem
You
on
can
his
take
hand.
it to home. These
He's taken
still
in
alive.
good spirit, it has to be said. Fair play to Paul.
Very nice game, you teach me, thanks.
Finally, over 15 years,
Even God
I could
cannot
finally
beat this
teach you
game.
something. For years you teach us. Now I teach you something. But by the way, you
O
have one
açtı öbürü gördü mü?
You teach
Kayıt
me one of the top of the
tribetleyebilirsin bunları. Çünkü açmak zorundalar. Şimdi var ya 9'da tribetledim onları.
You're fun.
Canlarını kurtarma peşinde ikisi.
Trying to steal the opener is with nothing, always. Rebet.
Zaman tilt.
I have to open like 5K.
Learning new things are not cheap. Learning things are costly.
600.
Learning new things are costly.
Tell me about it.
What did you pay lately?
Oh, lately nothing.
Konstantinos
When I learned mix, it was very
opening the
costly.
10-5 here, +3. I think he is the other player in the game with
Yes,
Paul.
yes,
The
he is, I believe.
We're starting game. Like
So
for the
interesting
start,
to
Because
see
you're-
whether
because
these
you're, like,
players
basically
decide to pick
learning,
on those
like,
guys.
you're paying and learning.
Yeah.
Come in
Out
with
of
some
the 8 games,
dirty
like
3
5
bets.
games,
Yes, indeed, that's
you
what's
have
going to
no
happen.
idea.
Mike Leonard in the
Still have
chat
an
says,
idea
I
to
think
play
Paul
with
will
the
be
whole
fine.
game.
He sold Ocean Finance for
Yeah,
like
hold
300
Hold
million.
them. That's it.
5 games left.
One of the things that's always impressed me,
want
I
David
have
to
to say
start
about
playing
Paul, is that We all know he's a
bored of
very,
playing
very
NL
wealthy
like
man,
all fucking life?
and he doesn't
I need
really
to
play
start
for the money.
playing PLO,
But yet
yeah.
he always gives it his absolute best.
Oh, he
It
wants to
could
make
be
the
a
right decision.
£100 side event at a
Hasan
UK
اليوم
IPT,
تجي.
and it could be the
Hasan.
bubble, and he could be
Hasan,
short
only
stacked,
problem is
and he will
he
sit
doesn't
there
play
and he will
anything else
fold
on
into
this
the money if
table,
that's the
only
correct thing to do.
He's already
I'm the
here.
only one that plays only Hold'em now. Kostas was for a year only was playing Hold'em. Now you also play some PLO.
Paul plays
don't play
PLO.
I think
Me, I don't
you said you start to play small.
And in that
Paul
spot, you know,
also
like a
doesn't
lot
know
of
PLO,
Mr. Paul,
people
you
as
play
rich
PLO?
as
Oh, we're
Paul
already
with
here.
yourself, I
don't
call
know
because
this.
I want to see what happens and I don't want to be bluffed and
Miami
etc. etc. But he thought it through and
think
he
actually
made the
most guys
decision
like him,
which he thought was correct,
Hassan plays, I think.
Hassan plays.
and he took it
Salah
in good
plays.
spirit when it turned
Mane
out to be
Salah doesn't
not
play.
correct
Salah plays.
against the exact
You
hand
play
that he was
PLO,
up
Salah?
against.
Yeah, it's good game.
If by good means if you are in.
Yeah.
Saladin stepping out just a little bit. Last couple of hands.
The other Hassan, Levant.
Opening up here with the 9-7 of hearts,
Guy
the 600.
from Ghana or what?
I don't
Hassan
think I've ever
lurking
played.
behind with the
coming
ducks.
Huh?
He's
Going
gonna
to
be
set
soon.
mine / board mine here from the small blind. Quick fold
you
from
know the
hands.
rules
These
of
guys
PLO.
go heads up now.
It takes me time to read the board, but
Have you ever played or no?
Oh, and there is a duck in the window.
some
And
games are like
Was
half
10 of
half or
hearts.
This is
whatever.
distracting him from that I
interacting with Saladin's 9-7 of hearts as well.
3K, right?
want. Yeah.
8 would bring a straight.
Shouldn't even have.
Running
have any
hearts
idea
a
what
possibility.
Not
Yeah,
Hassan
he was. He
leading
won't play in a
out
row.
into his opponent.
I
That's
was
really
reading about
interesting
that.
here with bottom
Yeah,
set.
I'm
I
breaking.
won the 6K, then you won it all back.
Saladin
You didn't bluff me on that hand early, did you?
probably
Yeah.
You did.
peels one off
You're
here.
still up.
See
I
what
had that,
happens.
I had
Might even raise
You had
Dara.
the full house.
No, not
Yeah,
Good shot back
Only on the
doors.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I figure
Yeah,
I
it's a
beat
reasonable
you
candidate.
unless you
Nine
have
high.
a flaws. And if you have
Does
flaws,
find the
Well,
call.
Picks up a bad gutch.
I will show if you
Well,
Ah,
actually,
same
it doesn't
good
improve
shot.
him at all.
Yeah.
He
Just
still
had a
has the
bad
same
nine.
مين
range
اللي
shots.
عندك هلا؟
I just had a bare 9.
Bear 9 is never folded.
Sorry?
Bear Ryan says
Hassan,
it's
no
fold.
reason not to go for it now. Clearly has been given the sign that his opponent has something. And we see it's the bare minimum he could have to defend. I imagine he's going to go a little larger this time. Don't think this will be a cheap street.
I was
Pass.
really on the turn then.
21 maybe? By the looks of things. Quick fold from Saladin.
Yeah, quick fold. You bet 22, yeah, so that got the job done.
Like 1.4K. The fold is like 4K.
Continuing the chat about Paul Newey, Mike Leonard says he plays well in the high rollers as well in some tough fields. He does indeed, yeah.
No, but I mean, he needs to
Plays
attack
pretty much
something,
every
like, He
level.
needs to attack with like 10.
He just likes to
King
play,
10.
obviously.
Whatever.
And
How can you fold the
Mike
turn
says,
versus
same
that
with Talal, he's not to be messed with. Yeah, Talal, who
Five
recently, I
cards
think,
Omaha.
took down a high roller.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Yeah.
He was heads up in
Let's
one and
play
took down
five
one
card Omaha.
recently.
So you.
Within a week
we
of each
tell
other, I think.
Russia to play with us.
Something else we're noting, we've never had Paul Newey on the show, by the way, if you're
gonna
listening
stop
to
this
this
game
on
and
playback,
play
Paul,
Oman?
open invitation to come on the show. We would love to have you on, but we have had people on
Oldham was
who've
more
played
fun
against
for
you,
sure,
and
but
they've
I
spoken
like
very
yours.
highly about
Correct.
your game as well. A lot of high
600.
rollers
Yeah.
came on to do
Yeah.
Kostas, you're still alive.
strategy segments in particular. I think you might have featured in one of the strategy segments as a villain in
Yeah.
a Charlie Carroll one, as I recall, from a long way back, and yeah, a lot of respect shown.
Yes.
I think now I'm done with this. Now it's my time.
I like you.
I don't know. I feel bad because I'm folding, but I really have a shit hand.
It's okay.
Okay.
How much?
It's okay.
4.2.
4.2.
Paul opens from +1.
Okay, 4.1 is
Yeah,
Gets
he's
to
been
throw
open
in
super,
with 10-8 off.
you.
He
You have
gets
a
to throw in
really
his
bad
card now.
yeah. He's open super wide from early position,
luck.
and he's gotten a
Sinan
a few
400
of them
vereyim
through
bana 1000
because
ver.
You lost.
Share please. Share.
Cost me like 20,000.
Ben de verdim 4. Buraya veriyorum.
Very easy
200
game.
liraya.
1200 ver bize. 200 daha ver.
Give me a
So
dollar.
everyone gets 600.
Al
One
1000
player
ver bana
loses.
lütfen.
3,600.
No, give him 6.
4,200.
Just gave him 4.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
Let's play this time 1000.
I guess when
This
you're down to
time
the last
1,000.
two and the other guys are already folded,
on or no?
it's a
Wait.
good
Yes, on time.
spot to just kind of go for anything
Yeah, don't
remotely.
play again.
No,
Might
we
get
can
through as a
play.
steal.
We need
And
it.
Albert
to
just,
play, yeah.
you know, let it go in the
Yeah.
middle of
Last
the
Exactly.
half an hour.
Last half an
What is your
hour.
equity in that
Plus I'm
spot?
going to
You're
bed
going to
at
lose
3,
40 to
1,
100 if
5,
you
3,
lose, and you
probably.
win
Someone
600
is out,
if
you
you
can't play.
don't lose.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
and
not
you're
possible.
50-50, so
Continue.
it's 2400 basically worth. It's worth 2400.
For what?
Let's
For
play
game?
half an hour, last half an hour for
It's for
One and
future
then
table.
Move. We're gonna
Yeah, we will move with card. It's okay. We can play.
When we play off,
I'm going to bed at 3 anyway,
decide
so.
if we play.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Paul, I
let's
did say
finish,
Paul looked tired.
like,
and
let's
he's
keep
just
normal
announced he's going to
until
bed at
3 and
3,
if
so.
with 3 we decide.
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Some of the others
So-
I think want to keep playing, but the
Last
stream will
30
be
minutes.
ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, not unusual in this poker room to see cash games going on until the wee hours. These guys may well keep their table together.
If stand-up game was on, I was
Without
calling.
out Paul Newey for
You think
2,
it's more
3, maybe
players?
even 4 more hours.
I don't know. I think yes, but I don't know. We'll see.
we can play something different,
you
like a
put this
button.
in?
Button is good.
I don't like that button. Actually, stand-up is really way more action than.
Yeah, exactly.
The second stand-up was like calm, but the first stand-up, 3 all-ins, 4 all-ins we had.
3 wins from Mr. Hassan.
Paul is very tired now. He's yawning and rubbing his
took the
eyes.
lead.
So he's definitely ready for his bed.
6.
Yeah, for those tuning in, we have roughly 30 minutes of play left. So at least one more orbit
For me.
by my gorilla mats. Stay tuned here. Hopefully we get a couple of big spicy pots here. There are some deep stacks on the table. So a $250,000 pot, not out of the question whatsoever, Tara.
No.
It's not going to be this hand though,
Oh my god,
I predict.
you did it. Oh my god.
Hassan, down just 4K for this session. What a journey.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely won the most hands at the table. And he's also gotten the luckiest.
Well played, Habibi.
When he hit that, whatever it was, 5-outer.
Yeah.
Well played, man. I didn't even notice myself also.
You didn't get the money?
I wasn't even looking at the board. I just realized. It would have been double.
No.
Now we have a game, boys.
8.
Oh, shit.
Going to take a stab here, Saladin.
You burned $4,000.
I don't want any
Effectively
hand.
get his opponent off a chop.
I'm even not
No,
on my
it's
phone.
double.
I cannot beat any hand.
What you have?
3 red.
Any hand I cannot beat.
4,
Not
5.
even on my phone. I'm just
4, 5.
Yeah, I was playing
5
Chinese.
impossible. You have 4-5.
No,
I
what you
didn't
have, I
notice.
mean.
I would have
4,
been
5.
super tilted right now.
I
Cannot beat
think
any
you should
hand.
put some penalty
You
for
beat
someone
ace?
that is telling
have
this.
ace,
I mean,
but if you
if
have
I, let's
ace-
say, tell Danny, take the money.
Ace 7,
I need to pay penalty.
all you win.
Aşka.
Yeah,
Who
I have
reminds
ace 4.
get penalty.
I mean, nobody would
We
do
chop.
it except you, that's the thing. So yes, there is a 2K penalty on it.
Ace deuce.
Just Salah did it.
There is a 2K penalty on it.
Just
love-
Salah did it for like
Maybe
5-10
the
minutes
smallest
ago.
pot of the
Yes,
entire
Salah, you
night.
cannot
The
say.
two
If you
boys
say,
What?
look at
deconstructing.
board,
Did I
red,
get you
black,
off a chop?
You pay penalty 2,000.
Danny az önce 4 try almadı.
It's just
Double
the pride
almadı.
of winning the pot,
Unuttuk.
David.
That's it.
cannot
That's it.
Nothing else.
I love it.
Yeah.
Danny just forgot 4K.
When you forget, what happened?
Now 3 red.
Come on,
Three
when
red.
you forget, what happened?
It
No,
stays
nothing.
nothing.
What the fuck is going on? It's not fair.
I don't understand why do you have this rule.
If turn open, finish.
Tilted.
It's nice
I'll
for
tilt it.
game. You tilt now.
That's how they do it in props usually, yeah. As soon as, like usually they play props on
Sorry,
they
man.
take a card or
But
whatever.
but I mean,
If you don't
might
say I
be in-
see it,
you might be in the end, you might be ordering something.
then you lose.
Real hand for Hassan here. Ace queen off. +2.
Yeah.
In he comes.
Uyarmak yok diyor.
Sinan, who has played very well all day long. Been fairly snug in the last hour or so. Big
Yeah,
card
the
dead.
big blind, there's no reason to do anything here, I think, other than call. You're closing the action.
No, you're not gonna miss it, no matter
You
what.
get
So
in
I'm not
trouble on
gonna
the
even
queen
try.
high board, obviously.
I'm not gonna even try. Here, you win. You deserve to win, yeah.
But that's a good board.
Yeah,
Pulls ahead.
he's got the king of hearts as well, which is no harm for that little bit of backdoor potential too, just in case.
Yeah.
Hassan gonna fire out a little c-bet here
Yeah, he
with
can
his
get called by
gutter.
a lot of worse hands here with all the draws that are there, but he has the nut-no pair, which always makes a decent checking candidate as well. But he does decide to bet. Sinan's out of position now. King Queen.
Sometimes comes as a raise here, but I think a call
Yeah,
is more
and he
normal.
has a heart as well, which is somewhat crucial. He can make a backdoor flush. Now he can make all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but Hassan has made the straight,
Yeah,
and
that's the real action card now.
that's going to give us a chunky pot, one feels. Hassan, every reason to size up here. And
Yeah, he'll
and
be slightly
Sinan
worried
cannot
about the
go
flush,
away.
I guess. But yeah, he has to think about like what are the other hands that can call, like two pairs and stuff, or even King Queen, which is open ended as well. So
Just 2k into 33.
yeah,
Sinan obviously going nowhere. No reason to consider anything other than call now.
yeah, I don't think there's any reason to raise here. We have a draw, and we have lots of draws actually, and our top pair.
Yeah, happy to just be sticky now over two streets, one assumes. Let's see what the river brings. Another heart. Sinan jumps into the lead.
Yeah, second
Hassan
nuts.
probably quick to knuckle back this one now.
Yeah, it's not the problem with the heart is that even if you were ahead of something like King 10, that's just not going to call you now without a heart. So
Good point.
or Jack 10, any of those hands. So it's just very hard to extract value from worse now, and you're obviously just losing to any heart as well.
Yeah, one feels as though, oh, hello.
Well, he never fails to surprise us.
Looking for gangster value there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to get value from, but
And now Sinan obviously going to consider the merits and demerits of a raise here, but probably has to just call.
no, with the second nuts, I think.
He is facing a triple
Like-
barrel here.
Yeah, but if you're not raising the second nuts, then you're only raising the nuts.
Hoping that the Queen of Hearts fired here and will call.
Or any heart, I mean. Nine of hearts.
How many flops there is?
Well, they are raising chips, Dara.
Yeah, I think when you have the second nuts, well, I mean, I guess 8, 9 of hearts is technically the nuts of the hands that your opponent can have, or ace queen of hearts, but effectively is the second nuts here. So, and any heart is probably going to bet. They're not all going to call, maybe, but
Hassan has made life very awkward for himself with this
I mean,
river bet.
if Hassan found a shove here, that would be gangster. That would be genuinely gangster, and
This is becoming a little reminiscent of the hand against hands, which sort of kicked off the action 4 hours ago, where we were there thinking, well, he's given it this long, he must be considering the aggressive action, and actually he did just toss in the rather stationy call.
yeah, this would be just horrendously station if he called here.
His opponent
Yeah, he does
representing a big heart.
No great harm done there. I mean, he went for gangster value as you described it, and it was just very hard to see what was going to call. But at least he didn't put any more money into the pot.
Sinan stacking chips.
Yeah,
Been a,
for me, he's been the most impressive player tonight, at least.
Yeah, certainly hasn't put a foot wrong. Two players holding up their heads with their arms. I feel like it might be late.
And
Paul
neither of
Newey
them are even
yawning.
Paul Newey, so I think Paul Newey might actually be lying on the floor at the moment.
Player just out of shot to the right of picture, Hassan keeping his head up by the other arm.
Yeah, yeah, they all need head support at this point.
There's a lot of tired body language out there, it must be said. Although there are some other players very keen for a long session here.
Yeah,
Hans,
the younger, more experienced
Albert.
players are actually looking very fresh. But
Albert only woke up about 4 hours ago.
yeah, Paul looks very tired now.
We have 2 cards. So it's 50 times 9 times 48 divided by
Sinan back into the action with the King Jack and the small
You
blind.
woke up at 4 p.m. I woke up at 6.
It's fairly standard to just kind of limp your entire range when you're super deep from the small blind. You just don't want to build pots out of position. Now, you nearly always have the best hand here. Now, as it happens, he doesn't, but King High, and he has far more ace-x.
Yeah, just firing a little equity cleaner upper here, 200.
Yeah.
Try and take it down here. Going to be met with a raise.
Raise is interesting, yeah.
Saladin deciding my 8 needs a bit of protection here. I don't think you have one of the 2 remaining aces. So let's maybe find out where we are here and protect our hand just a little bit.
Folding now.
So the second nut no pair says, I'm going to hang on in
He's
there.
just, yeah, it's very hard for Saladin to have an ace here because he would have raised most of his aces against the limp.
And if the same logic applies, he may check call once more. Saladin may be dissuaded by that bet call from
goes
firing
check,
again.
check. Oh, and he sees his king on the river. And he's going to recognize that his king is pretty much the nuts here.
Yeah, maybe thinking about how likely it is that Saladin was just maybe going for an air ball on the flop. Unlikely to call him here, but has to go for value regardless.
Yeah, I think the air balls on the flop would probably have continued on the turn as well. It was a pretty bricky turn, so I think he'll recognize he mostly has an 8 here or a pocket pair.
Do you go polar here and you kind of go really big to make it seem fishy? Feel like it's a spot where you can. Feel like the bigger bet's fishier than the smaller bet.
Yeah, yeah, that certainly makes a lot of sense.
Pass.
He does overbet the pot there, 26 into 18.
Yeah, that gets the job done against the 8. Again, impressively played by the man on screen.
8'li mi vardı?
Then times 4.
Isn't it more than that?
İyi değil.
Times 4. Would have
Bir-
been.
So
Hem de
just over 15 minutes to go.
O zaman daha
We
küçük olur.
appreciate you all being there tonight, everyone in the chat. Hope you'll join us for
Cam bir şey soğuk su alır mıyım?
future nights across this
Higher the multiplication.
11-day festival.
Then
Yeah, it'll be very different
yeah.
tomorrow. We have a tournament
Yeah, I also
and
thought about
the
that.
exciting stage of a tournament in or around the money as well. So,
We're in our wheelhouse.
5
there.
diamonds?
yeah, yeah.
If you thought our commentary was good tonight, wait till you see us when there's some risk premium.
No, we're
Yeah.
playing.
We've done our best
that if
tonight with
it
the
comes
cash game,
like
but it's fair to say we have far
3
more
of the
experience
same
in the tournament
suits
arena.
connected. It's times 8. So 9, 8, 7 of hearts, he wins time 8.
Like a straight flush.
Yeah, with 3 cards.
There is a trio poker like this in casino.
We
You
calculated
got
the
3 cards. And then you make
Albert,
it
like the
9,
sixes,
7,
going to
9,
go
8,
to
7,
work
it's
here
like
from
straight
early position.
Yeah.
Saladin, who was probably our tightest player
Who's
in the
up for
first
now
hour and a
on
half
the
of this game, has
level
really
black?
loosened up his ranges. He's obviously playing ridiculously deep against Albert here. Those guys are
But I
playing,
am
I think,
delusional, so I
800
can
bigs
skip the
deep.
last one because I'm too tired to.
And Mehmet's got a good little set mining spot here as well with the
Yeah.
4s. So, dare I say, the 4, 5, deuce, and 6 all
surprised
interact with one another. We
today.
could have a board
Seen
that
many
sees some
things I
action.
don't expect.
6-4
Oh my
straight,
goodness me.
Missing a
Well,
4K.
5 deuce.
I think there's a
Drills
reasonable
it.
chance that every single player thinks he has the best hand right now.
Yeah, every single player has a very good reason to think that he has the best hand now.
And that's a filthy call from the small blind to smash that
Yeah.
deuce 8 board.
Yeah, there really shouldn't be too much deuces in the small blinds range, but there we go. We can see it on screen.
And with that in mind, do you come with the raise now because you think, actually, it's hard to put me on a 2? This will look really like diamondy.
Yeah, and
if I
remember,
raise?
this is the same player we saw raise the flop and then give up on the river in the previous hand. So your raises look kind of like raising for information type
Finishing
stuff.
in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is too much action for Mehmet, but I think Albert is the type of hand reader who will decide, ooh, this looks a bit like not a deuce very often. I think you have
Yeah.
diamonds.
And he does have a diamond himself as well as backup if he's up against a deuce. It can come diamond, and he can win that way.
Mehmet, giving it some thought here, obviously feels like Albert might just c-bet a lot and may have the
Yeah,
same read on Salahadin, but
His
it's
position
just a bit
his
murky.
position is terrible though because
Yeah.
he's got the other player still to act behind.
Yeah, no fun when you're not closing the action. This would be an above the rim fold from Albert at this point.
Yeah.
Obviously, on a later street we may see a fold, but I do feel as though that is what is being telegraphed to him, and Salahadin may reap the rewards with this trips.
Yeah.
27.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, it's a minor point, but as I said, like if he's up against a deuce, he does have the 6 of diamonds, and the 2 of diamonds is on board as well. So if Saladin does have a deuce, he doesn't have a diamond, almost certainly, because most of his hands that have a deuce are suited hands.
Great point. Interestingly, this king, while it does appear to be a brickish type of card given the action, obviously Saladin could have the king X of diamonds, and that's the sort of one aspect of it that's not a brick. But it is sort of a bricky one when both players have gone fairly gung-ho representing these
Yeah,
bad
the king
cards.
doesn't. The king should never help anybody in this spot. Like essentially, it's a brick. Like any card that isn't an 8, a deuce, or a diamond is pretty much a brick in this spot.
Yeah, just really the sort of maybe king, queen of diamonds being the only hands that Albert will be worried about overtaking him on that card.
Yeah.
Probably has to be sticky one more time, but 4,800 is a lot of being sticky.
Yeah, and he hasn't he has a lot of better turn cards. He could have turned a diamond. He obviously could have binked a 6. And even the fact that the king queen of diamonds, the king jack of diamonds, those hands get there as well. It's one of the worst turn cards for you, even, or at least it's not one of the better turn cards. Let's say.
Good fold from Albert.
Yeah, worked it out there.
I think probably an aspect of that one being the opponent too. Salahadin has not got out of line all night.
Yeah,
In fact,
he's taken a lot of stabs and flops, but he hasn't tended to follow through.
yeah, and he's erred on the side of tightness in quite a few
Good
spots
fold.
that Albert will
One
now
card
be
is
aware
like
of.
Yeah, yeah, he's one of those players who
I
is
tell
actually
you, just
over
one
aggressive
card.
on flops,
Do so far.
and then just gives up on turns a lot. So
No?
3 deuce of hearts.
5 those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Albert calls his hand.
You played great.
Huh?
You played great.
Thank you.
Game.
anytime your opponents tell you
why I
played great,
folded.
you should be a little bit
So I thought
suspicious.
you can have.
I thought that was a bit of game
Other than
acknowledging
just
game,
the
but
suited
yeah,
ace deuce.
it also could be very deeply sarcastic. You never
Yeah.
know with Albert.
I know the range of my guy.
Bravo, Alberto.
Yeah, a lot of tired actions now. People just.
I think Mehmet may actually be asleep.
Maybe you lie, I don't know.
He did move and he did put a
Maybe
chip in,
Jack
but it
nine
was
diamond.
No.
It looked like he might be almost sleep betting.
5 deuce of hearts. Something you would
That'd
play
be a
too.
terrible way to wake up.
What's wrong
To
with
discover that you're like on the river.
Something.
And you look down at your hand and you're like,
Something
why have
you
I
will
got
play
this
too.
many chips in? Have I been sleeping?
I saw that
playing my
in the
pans
Eglinton
again?
one night. Porrick Parkinson fell asleep at the table and his face he was face down in his stack, and his chips were just sprayed everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I
he
cannot
eventually
even
woke up
play
and
any
he
hand,
said
any
to the
good
leader,
hands.
"What's
How I
happening?"
can
And the
play
leader
5
said,
Actions on you.
"Actions on you,
Need to
sir."
learn.
And
Teach me.
he sat up and announced he was all in.
Amazing.
You need to teach 6 deuce. 6 deuce. You forgot about it?
And Mehmet looks like he's going to.
Versus Mr. Bro, right?
Is he going to toss the nut low? Maybe not.
Geniusly played until the river.
Wild bit of action here.
Geniusly played after the until the river.
Bet raise,
Yeah.
re-raise. These two
The
men
river, no?
absolutely at it here.
Yeah, you sometimes see that towards
A
the
small
end.
bet,
Guys
raise,
just,
re-raise.
yeah, they
8
just
high,
come
4
alive.
high.
Yeah.
No, never.
Yeah, for those who don't know, like I used to run very long
It
races,
bad.
24-hour
Was a
races,
bit weird.
and there was this weird phenomenon
I don't
at the
remember
end
exactly.
of 24-hour races where guys who looked like they were about to die 4 hours earlier
Yeah, 8-5
suddenly
does 5
perked
and
up
then does.
and were sprinting like lunatics for the last half hour. And you see that in cash games as well. Sometimes guys who are
2000.
like
Don't forget about
over it,
2000.
barely playing a hand, suddenly they start
play.
3 betting, 4 betting, 5 betting, all sorts of stuff
doesn't
right
want
at the
anymore.
end. It's the human
keeps
thing
on
of like
running me
the
everywhere.
end line is in sight now.
No, I don't want to. Now Karma will hit you and will come all
Karma should hit.
Yeah, Paul's
you
even
should
prepared
win.
to put chips
Paul's
in the pot
back.
here. Paul's back with the ace-4 suited.
Straddler's on here
mean
from
the future,
Albert.
his life will be
Paul
in
makes it 1200 to go.
I will hit and
Looks
run.
like it's going to fold all the way back to
It will be
Albert here,
You know what?
who
I
may
was watching
consider a
it.
defend with the
I
10-5
remember
suited.
him saying
Kind of
you-
Size
cuspy.
here, yeah.
One time I
Yeah,
want
it's
to
fine.
crush you
You
200.
can make all the straights, so
All the straights.
It's not 200k.
except the
yet.
9 high straight.
Aye, aye, aye.
That looks. No, sorry, it's just one club, so he's got backdoors, but not much else. The king is problematic.
Job done for Mr.
yeah.
Newey.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Finishing strong.
Still in the 130.
Yeah.
65 to go.
I'm wondering what's gonna be the next one.
Huh?
The next one.
Yeah. How is it possible out of 10 times I river shove, the 10 were a bluff? It really is insane.
And he clicks call, huh?
No. You had it one time and I called. I had ace deuce, you had ace king.
You call me with the deuce. You call me with
Paul's
the
in
deuce.
action again with the queen 10
Like
suited.
literally, you know, king
Perfectly
high,
legitimate
something,
open
whatever.
here.
The one time I
Gone
had.
for the 2.5x. A lot of rubbish behind.
What do you put me on? Like it's like king
Nobody.
9, 8, 7.
Oh, ace
deuce.
queen, here we
What
go.
can I have?
Hassan.
Like queen 10?
With the dominating hand.
And the price is too
Go
low, like
either way here with this, and he's decided to 3-bet it. And
And every time it's
Paul,
like time.
you can definitely flat here. You're super deep. You have
Every
a hand that
time,
can make
that's
straights and flushes.
Definitely feels like a defend
Sometimes I called quickly.
against
Yeah,
a
when you
villain
have
who
the
you
knob.
know is capable of putting a lot of chips in the
Yeah,
bottom.
you're not
hands
trying to hit a
always-
pair here. You're trying to hit better
He's
than
never
a pair.
folded
Ooh,
any.
what a flop.
And that is quite the flop.
He folds 1 in 30.
So Hassan again, we saw him bet the nut no pair last time
Yeah,
round. He's
this
going
time
to
he
knuckle
checks
it back
it
this
quickly.
time.
Flop he
Yeah,
lost.
Oh,
like that check, but
One pop.
it does allow
No,
Paul to
not
get there. But Paul wasn't
Just
folding
one.
anyway, and he's kept the pot small now. So
does Paul
Really tough
check
call.
again?
no, Paul.
Throw
I
out a
think
bit of
Paul
rope.
It's king 9, 9,
probably
2
has to do his own
diamonds.
betting.
Turn 7.
Charge 1 heart
River
hands that
7
might
offhand.
have taken a free card.
And he shoves like
Yeah, pretty atrocious
1.5x.
run out so far for Hassan now. Can't really
I think
have.
he can actually just give up here.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Like, what are you beating?
Nicely done, Hassan.
Yep, play that one well.
I think you shouldn't ask each other, or you shouldn't ask him.
So we're into our last 10 minutes of play, we believe now.
The funny thing about Sinan,
Thank you
we
to everybody
asked him,
who's kept
every
us
hand, he
company.
never asked us once.
Still have 81 people watching on YouTube at this
And
hour
then
of
he
the night.
realized,
Good.
maybe I
And
should
we will
start
be back
asking.
tomorrow
And then he starts spamming
with
me
some
every hand.
tournament
Like,
action.
what you have? What you have?
I hit the ace on the
I
flop.
realized I should ask also.
I think it was like
that hand.
yeah,
I
5
did-
diamond.
No.
You didn't.
I have a no ace 5. No diamond.
I had ace 5.
I have ace
What's the point of playing?
I have ace 5, but no diamond.
What?
Same as
That's
me.
the most fun part of the reason.
good
right?
bluffer.
River.
I bluff, yeah.
And you already ask. You already
I had
know.
ace 5 of spades.
You already know for free.
collect.
When you ask,
Sorry?
you know.
You can't call because
I thought you had a diamond.
Sinan here with the ace king.
I think it matters for sure. You know that you're gonna know, so maybe you fold or you call. I don't know. It changes.
You had the aces then, and I had the jacks a bit later on.
I don't think it matters anymore. So I call just to know.
Who's still in 2K? Who's still
Raise,
in?
we raise.
Who's still in 2K?
I don't know. Salah is in.
I think some of these players might still be in the 2K, judging from the table talk. Some men
Incredible
bag up the
commitment.
2K and
Jump
play-
straight on.
jump into a high stakes cash game for a few hours and then come back in a few hours. So, got some action here.
Yeah, 4-bet here from Sinan, who opened things up here to 400, got 3-bet,
Good timing.
and is now deciding that he's going to drop the hammer here on his opponents. Konstantinos, tough spot now. He's obviously happy to call the 11, but doesn't want to maybe call his 52.
Yeah. The pairs do make good defense here, obviously,
What's that?
because you can flop
I was very
a
close to
set.
calling on that hand. So you started talking to me.
I thought you might
Strong
be.
line here from Sinan, though. Obviously, Ace King is in the range. There may be 1 or 2 light hands, but
I thought he would
definitely
fold
be a
with
lot
the
of
queen
overpairs
also
as
if I
well.
showed. I thought he
Yeah.
would fold if I showed the queen also, maybe.
He does make the call, Dara, so he is going to set mine, or maybe even, you know,
A bit of board mining,
Peel
yeah,
off
like
some
eights,
turns sometimes too.
Yeah, eights can
You came with the ace of diamonds. There's only
make-
6 cards you can have that I can beat.
can be an overpair on low card boards, which the ace king misses.
yeah, 11 and a
And it
half
can
K in
flop
the
a gut
middle.
shot and over. That's one of the best flops imaginable for eights. So
And a pretty disastrous board for Sinan. Like, he does have
yeah.
the ace of spades in hand, which is potentially useful on some
yeah,
runouts.
like when you think about the hands that call, like
Can't blame you.
twos is a gut shot and a pair, threes is an open ender and a pair, fours, fives, and sixes are all sets, sevens is open ended and an overpair, eights is a gut shot and an overpair.
Kings and the 3 queens.
And remember, you can put Konstantinos on a strong enough range here, given the fact that he cold called a 3-bet and then called the 4-bet.
It's going to
Actually,
be
he could have
pairs a
hands
lot.
like 10s and jacks even could be in
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty much going to be a pair most of the time, and it's just hard to get pairs to fold on this. But this might be a multi-street
All
plan.
in and then call his all in.
He does have the ace of spades, so he could definitely barrel
That would have been fun
a
too,
spade.
You have the 9 of diamonds?
I had 9 of hearts,
It's a
9 of
small
spades.
bet, so
Yeah, 37 into 11-8 here. As you said, Derek, given the range, I imagine Sinan is putting Konstantinos on. Can't be a huge amount he expects to fold on this street, but he is setting up a more
yeah, and he
complex
has good
story.
turn cards for sure.
And there's only 6 of them.
Yeah, that's a good turn card because
Queens and 3 kings. Really.
the flop bet will flush out stuff like ace queen and ace jack.
I also think in a spot where you're dealing with a cold 3-bet, or sorry, call the 3-bet, call the 4-bet range. He's probably less worried about the 5, 6, 7 texture as well, in being hands that are kind of already nutted-ish, because they're kind of not in there much anymore, unless they're very sticky.
I mean, I think there's a lot to worry about, but there's also a lot of those hands that can't call more than one barrel. Like, 2s can definitely call 1.
But is 2's really going to call a 3-bet and then 4-bet 52?
I would see Constantinos possibly doing it just the way he's played, but then hands like 3s, 7s, 8s, all of those hands are struggling now.
Yeah, tough spot now for Constantinos. Obviously, the
I think he's actually
hands that weren't
he's kind
wide
of
pairs.
shifted now to trying to extract value from a lot of those hands, though.
Yeah, the hands that weren't wired pairs already have got there. Most of the 4-betting range will be ace-king, maybe an ace-queen as a light one, and then the bigger pairs.
It's a tough spot for Constantinos because he still has his gut shot. But it's really hard to see anything he's beating now. Like, he's just...
Nothing at all, really.
Yeah, like, how often is he actually good here?
The cheeky super light king-queen.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kind of it.
King-queen is it. And king-queen's going to bet on the river as well, so... That shake of the head is often just setting yourself up to reluctantly fold, but no, he's going to be sticky and calls.
This is interesting. I wonder if Sinan really eyeing up the possibility that his opponent now has ace-queen. Could maybe extract some value.
Well, I mean, ace-queen should have folded the flop, though.
Yeah, he has this ace of spades in hand, so the ace-queen of spades is not a thing. So maybe just the ace-king.
I think he thinks his opponent is mostly has pairs now, and he's just trying to decide what would they call.
So just sort of like, what would jacks call? That's
Jacks,
sort of the
10s, 9s,
question.
8s, 7s, 3s.
They can't call very much, my God.
No.
I'm surprised there's this much chips in the pot.
2/3 pot here is probably irrelevant.
Well, he's got maybe just around 80%, 82, 83% pot left.
Yeah.
May just stick it in here.
All in.
Yeah, but that stack to pot ratio, that feels right. You can just make it look like spades. Miss spades.
So what, the king-queen of spades, that 4-bet pre?
Yeah. I mean, it's very hard to find anything else, to be honest, but I mean, you might as well just go for it at this point. There's no point in betting a smaller amount because you're probably getting called by the same hands anyway, so you might as well go for it all.
As you can tell from the struggle in the commentary booth, we are finding it really hard to find bluffs here.
King, queen of spades. 2 over spades, basically, that don't have the ace of spades.
Yeah. Konstantinos really should have bailed on this one a street ago. Now he's considering sending good money after bad.
Yeah,
this
I think he should have bailed a street ago, you're right, because his hand was just never good.
Look at this, he's got
he
the
was
chips
sucked
ready
in.
to go.
I think he was sucked in by the fact that he had the gut shot.
For his sake, I hope he replays all parts of this hand, pieces it together.
Show me one card.
Oh, he's going for the show me one card. Yeah, you want to see a king or a queen of
5K,
spades,
one card.
otherwise you fold.
5k for one card, he said.
5k for one card, wow. That's an offer.
5k for one card.
I know I have the best hand now, so I think I'd be tempted to take that offer.
Lord. floor. Can he buy a card for 5k?
This is the last hand.
It might be. It might be. It's gone on long enough.
It's just that, no, yeah, I think we're gone past 3 o'clock now.
So this is the denouement of our stream here, guys. This somewhat unlikely ending, must be said. We are scratching our heads in this commentary booth as to why this hand is really still taking place. But obviously, Konstantinos, perhaps with the read,
needs to be
perhaps
good
with a
about 30% of the time here, but like really we can only find king, queen of spades. So still in the blender though.
Indeed he is.
All is
And a big
scoring.
moment for Sinan, who we've identified as one of the best players at this table. Played a near flawless session of poker and may get paid off to the max right here at the death.
Yeah, it's 30k.
100k pot if he calls.
Yeah.
Biggest pot of the night if he calls. I think Sinan fully expecting his opponent to have a hand like ace-queen at this point. Like, what else could be really thinking this long?
Well, I think jacks, tens, nines as well. I think this is more opponent specific than anything else.
Right. Yeah, I suppose.
And like, I honestly
he
don't.
has been aggressive, Sinan, with the three
I just
bets and
don't
four
see
bets.
ace queen playing this way. Like, he might not even peel pre-flop. He'd be worried about domination, and if he has peeled, I just don't see him peeling the flop.
Has he called?
He has called, I believe.
He has called, Dara. My goodness, what a
That's
moment.
Huge pot right there at the end.
Wow.
Massive pot. I think he knew his customer. I mean, if he's calling
99,600.
eights, he's calling nines, tens, jacks as well. So.
Well, it's not a good time for it, but I'm speechless right now, Dara. Just as we're about to do our sign-off, I don't know if I have any words left.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest, the way that one played out. I think that was just opponent specific. You have a sticky opponent who didn't want to fold his pair, and he just targeted all those pairs. I said on the flop that I thought the range was mostly pairs, and I think Sinan just kept that in his head the whole way through and managed to milk it.
Yeah, a huge moment there at the end. Possibly a moment of madness by Konstantinos. We really struggled to find hands that he beat, but he obviously felt like they were out there. They were in that opponent's range. Sinan played so well all day. Never got super out of line in any spot. Certainly was wide enough on the pre-flop 3 and 4 bets, but there was never anything to suggest that he could be light in that spot. That was actually a very surprising end to the stream. But we got our biggest pot. We got a almost 100k pot out of it in the end. Exciting stuff. Yeah, just as I said, a little bit speechless by what happened there, and I know he'll be disappointed with the result. On that note, we are going to say goodnight to you guys. It is super late. There are two very tired tournament teddy bears here off to catch some Z's, and we will be back with you in the morning. It will be the $2,200 warm-up day 3. Very much looking forward to that. We will be, what's the phrase, bubble adjacent, Dara?
Bubble adjacent, yeah. We love bubble adjacency.
Yeah, love a little bit of risk premium in our poker. Always a bit more fun when people have to fold hands they're not supposed to for their chips. Anyway, guys, on that note, thank you so much. I know a lot of you burnt the midnight oil to stay up with us tonight. Really do appreciate that. Hope you'll join us again tomorrow, where we'll have a sort of more afternoon to early night session. So please do join us for that. Take care, everyone.